important figure also of Ali Khamenei. He's
launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure higher on southern Lebanon.
So this person is also included in this list. Other people are the Secretary of Defense, Counsel, and advisor to the Supreme Leader, Mustafa Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya Safavi. He is the Leader Office Military Advisor. Now, another military office chief of the Leader Office, and also Ali Larijani is also included in this.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we
but
get
this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani,
targeted
National
airstrikes
Security Secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Eskander
evacuation
Major of Syria, and another person recently is Esmail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence and Security, MOIS. And also other IRGC diplomatic have been also included in this. Now, a lot of media are reporting different figures, but the official figure so far is to be $50 million. And yes, the US has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by US
targeted airstrikes
Service and for additional positions for predominantly in the Lebanon are the Secretary of State Defense Council, the Head of Security Office, as well as the Lebanon Chief of Islamic Affairs and Advisor to Iran's Supreme Leader. For some of them have been in
despite the diplomatic track,
some of them were served the previous leader, Ali Khamenei as well. So it seems like this might be the case that the US was eyeing any information from them from earlier. But now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text on banner, these individuals are described as
targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
and directing different branches of the IRGC, which are, of course, as
the operation
we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the Rewards for Justice program
this escalation
information about users or about senior IRGC matters, and their family move on to Gaza and international commitments. Please stay with us
diplomatic
communication channel. Now, moving on to board that work, and yes, that have on a 6-day private visit.
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that exchange now. Our next story, we head to Iran, where lawmakers have approved a new government. We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
Prime Minister $1 million has been allocated by
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah. The operation followed evacuation.
I will only read the names after some time, but for now,
prices
soaring and destabilizing situation there. First, they said that
from the UAE, Modi will head to the Netherlands from May 15th to 17th, and then Sweden from May 17th to 18th, and then Norway from May 18th to 19th. And then refuge his tour in Italy from reallocation to 24th, where high-level talks with each country's leadership are scheduled. This tour comes at a final moment of the year Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi having just left New Delhi after the BRICS foreign ministers meeting, and as the international
targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah. infrastructure
east and west.
in the entire region
U.S.
of southern
supporting the
Lebanon.
relocation
The
of
operation
Back
followed
ambassador
evacuation
Such
efforts
a
to
up
and
and
five towns.
Now, this individual includes, like I said, Mustafa Khamenei, the
This
president
escalation
leader,
occurs
as well as Ali Ashgar Hijaz, the visit starts for
India to put
office.
their
Particular
alliance
has
diplomatic
or was a
strategy,
very
share
shared
where they stand
of
as the war might start once again.
No injuries were recorded. Consistent exchange of fire direct challenge.
Yes, so this person is also included in this list. Other people
We'll bring
are
you more on
Secretary
Lebanon
of
as soon as we get that
Defense,
information.
Council,
Turn
and
down
advisor
to
to
East
team
Asia, West
leader
Asia.
Mustafa Khamenei, as well as Iranian
Have launched
Major
targeted
General
airstrikes
Yahya
on
Rahim
Hezbollah
Safavi.
infrastructure
He
in
is
the
the
entire
Supreme
region
Leader
of
Office
southern Lebanon.
military
The
advisor.
operation
Now,
followed
another
evacuation
military
orders
office
issued
chief
for
of Supreme Leader Office,
villages with
and
ground
also Ali Larijani
This
is also
escalation
included
occurs
in this.
instantaneously.
We have seen Ali Larijani
Second day of US
time, so some of our viewers might be familiar with him, but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council Secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskandar Momeini. He is the
We'll bring you more
Iranian
on Lebanon as soon as we
Minister
get that
of
information.
Interior, and another
Turn
person
to stage
also
one.
recently is Ismail
Targeted
Sabir,
airstrikes
Minister of
on
Intelligence
Hezbollah
and Security, SOIS, and also other Iranian
The operation followed evacuation orders
Now, a lot of
five
people are
towns
reporting
in
different
with
figures,
ground
but the
units
official
and
figure
multiple
so
strikes.
far
This
seems to
escalation
be
occurs simultaneously with high
$15 million, and yes, US has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the US Department of Security Service, and
Consistent exchange of fire.
for additional positions referred without names in the banner are the Secretary of State Defense
We'll bring you
Council,
more
the head
on
of
Lebanon
the
as soon as we get
Military
that
Office, as well as the National Institute of Islamic Revolutionary Guard Reform and Advisor to
Launched targeted airstrikes
For
on
some of
Hezbollah
them have
entire region of southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders issued in five towns, confirming multiple
Khamenei as well.
This
So,
escalation occurs
like, this might be the case that was eyeing any information from them from earlier, but now we're seeing these publicized. Now, according to the text of banner, these are described as commanding the Russian representatives of the IRGC, which are, of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning,
We'll bring you
organizing,
more on
and carrying
Lebanon
out
as soon as we get
operations.
that.
And the
Turn
Rewards for
to
Justice
East
program
Asia.
says individuals with information about these figures or
Have
about
launched
senior
targeted
armed
airstrikes on
commanders and their
Hezbollah
affiliated
infrastructure
networks may
in the
contact
entire
the
region of
representatives
southern
platforms
Lebanon.
of
The operation followed evacuation orders issued in five towns.
and yes, that has what is
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning over to our next story. We head to Iraq, where lawmakers have approved a new government despite the diplomatic strategy.
like we have mentioned from earlier, that $50 million have been allocated by the U.S. State Department for any information linked to the IRGC commanders, the top commanders, including the Supreme Leader Mustafa
We'll bring you
Khamenei.
more on
And I
Lebanon
will
as soon as we get that.
read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there,
Launched targeted airstrikes
first they said that $10 million
entire region
for
of southern Lebanon. The
Now,
operation followed evacuation
has
orders
confirmed that they
issued
might
five
be,
towns,
they
villages
could,
with ground
and they
units
will
confirming
consider
multiple
giving refuge
This
to
escalation
U.S.
occurs
reallocation and support for
the second
more
day of US
information that could be that can
despite the diplomatic
be shared with them. However, this is only, they have said that it can be the case, but they have not said that it's 100% of all
consistent exchange of fire.
U.S. authorities relocation of individuals who might come up and
We'll bring you more on Lebanon
now
as
these
soon as we get
individuals
to
include, like I said, Mustafa Khamenei, the Supreme Leader, as well as Ali Ashgar
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah in Israel. The operation followed evacuation of 5
Now, moving on to India, Indian Prime
This
Minister
escalation
Modi has
has
departed on a
continued.
6-day five-nation visit covering the United
So
Arab
this
Emirates,
person is also
Netherlands,
included in this list. Other people are Secretary of Defense, Council, and Advisory to the High Leader, Mustafa Khamenei, as well as Iranian
Prime Minister Modi
Minister
first and most strategically
Consistent
seeking
exchange
to
of
stop
fire.
is the United Arab
Leader of
Emirates, where he
military
will meet
advisor.
UAE President
Now, another
Sheikh Mohammed
military
bin
office
Zayed Al
chief
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get
and
back.
also Ali Larijani
to exchange views on the raging conflict in West
Have launched targeted
Send
airstrikes
energy
on
prices
Hezbollah
soaring and destabilizing the entire Gulf region, including India.
with
The
him,
operation
but
followed
this
evacuation
person has
of
the land from May 6th as
Netherlands
well.
with
He is Ali Larijani, is Supreme National Security
This
Council
escalation
Secretary and advisor.
1990.
Now another person is Brigadier General Iskander Mohammed. He is the high-level Iranian leader of Interior and
Historic
another
conference at a
person
defining moment with Iran Foreign Minister Abbas having just left New Delhi after the BRICS foreign ministers meeting with MSI navigates a delicate
other
tightrope between east and west.
this. Now,
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get back.
Ambassador Mahis
Turn
Haqi
now to the stage in West
Delhi and Iran.
Have launched targeted airstrikes
And
on Hezbollah
yes,
in
U.S. has
Israel.
offered $5 million for any information
India
The operation
supporting the
followed
official
evacuation
affairs that I just read
their
out.
alliance
And
for
this was
share where they
published by
stand
the U.S.
as
Department of
the
Security
This
Service
escalation occurs
starts once again.
simultaneously with high-stakes
for additional positions, but without names in the banner are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council,
Yes.
Head of the Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and Advisor to Iran Supreme Leader. For some of them have
consistent exchange of fire poses a direct challenge
same
to stability.
official figure. Some of these
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get
leader
back. Turn now
Khamenei
to
as well, so it seems like
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah in
but
The
now
operation followed evacuation of
now, according to the text of individuals are described as leaders involved
This
in
escalation
commanding
occurs
and directing different branches of the IRGC, which are, of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the reward for justice programs that individuals about these figures or about senior IRGC commanders and their affiliated
consistent
members and
exchange of
contacts
fire
with
poses a direct
message
challenge
platforms
to
and
stability.
communication channel based on the Tor network.
We'll bring you more
And
on Lebanon
yes,
as
that
soon as we get that information.
what we know.
Turn now to East Asia. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. Have launched targeted airstrikes storing Hezbollah. We head to Iran, where lawmakers have approved a new government in Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation
Earlier
of
that $15 million has been
villages
allocated by the
around
U.S. State Department
This escalation
for any
occurs
information linking to the IRGC commanders, the top commanders, including the Supreme Leader Mustafa Khamenei. And I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there, first they said that $10 million specifically for Mustafa Khamenei, the Supreme Leader himself. and also U.S. has confirmed that
We'll
they
bring you
might
more on Lebanon as soon as we get that
and they will consider giving refuge to the U.S. reallocation and
have launched
support
targeted airstrikes
for
on Hezbollah
that
entire region of southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders issued
they have
for
said that
5
it
towns
can
and villages
be
around
the
Lebanon,
case, but they have not said that
This escalation
100%
occurs
of all the
simultaneously.
information, which leads to U.S. support the relocation of these individuals who might come up and share these
Despite the diplomatic
Now, these
strategy,
individuals include, like I said, Moshe Khamenei, the supreme leader, as well as Ali Akbar Hezbollah, deputy chief of staff, supreme leader
persistent
of
exchange of fire
this
poses
leader has or was a very important figure of
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that information.
He's
Turn now to have launched targeted airstrikes on
So this person is also included in this list. Other people are Secretary
The operation followed evacuation
and
orders
advisor
issued
to
for 5
leader,
towns
as well as Iranian Major General
This
Yahya
escalation
Rahim
occurs
Safari.
simultaneously.
He is the supreme leader of the military advisor. Now, another military office chief of the leader office, and also Ali Larijani is also included in this. We have seen
While no injuries were recorded from the activity, persistent exchange of fire poses
might
direct
be
challenge
familiar with him, but this person has been included
bring you
in
more
this
on
list as
Lebanon
well.
as soon as we
He
get that
is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council's secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskandar Momeini.
The operation followed evacuation
and
orders
another
issued
person
for
who
5
also
towns
needs
and villages with
recently is Ismail Khalid,
This
Minister of
escalation
Justice and
occurs
Security
simultaneously.
MOIS. And also other IRGC members have been also included in this. Now, a lot of people are reporting different figures, but the official figure so far is $50 million. And yes, US has offered $50 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out.
Bring you more on
And
Lebanon as soon
this
as we get
was
that.
published by the Department of Service. And now, moving the focus for
targeted
additional
airstrikes
for the Saudi
Hezbollah
in the matter
on a
are the
six-day
Secretary
visit
Defense
covering the
Council,
United
Lebanon.
Arab Emirates,
The operation
Netherlands,
followed
Sweden,
evacuation
Norway,
orders
and
issued
Italy in a
for
sweeping
5
diplomatic
towns
offensive
and
and
villages
advisor
confirmed.
to Iran India's leader.
This
For some
escalation
of them
occurs
going global geopolitical upheaval.
Prime Minister Modi's first and most strategically significant stop is the United Arab Emirates, where he will meet Great President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan to advance the UAE's comprehensive strategic partnership, might crucially to exchange views on any combination with them as energy prices
But now we're
and
seeing
stabilizing the entire Gulf
Bring
region.
Now,
you
according
more
to
on
the
Lebanon
text
From
as
the
soon as we
UAE,
get that.
Modi
are
will head to
described
the
as
Netherlands
from May 15th to 17th,
and then Sweden from the
Launched targeted airstrikes on
and then north
Hezbollah
of
in
are
29th, and then
organized
for
and
Italy from
The operation followed evacuation
and the rewards
orders
their
issued
high-level
for
ground
5
set each
towns and
country's
villages
leadership
with
about
ground
schedules
forces confirmed.
or
This
about
tour comes at a defining
This
moment
escalation
with
occurs
Foreign Minister Abbas
simultaneously.
Araghchi having just left New Delhi after the Paris Foreign Ministers meeting here, and as on the navigates delegate, east and west.
Several explosive drones. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now no injuries to our next story. We head to Iraq. Assistant exchange lawmakers have approved a new government.
Ambassador Sajdev, how important is this time earlier that visit
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as
have
soon as we
been
get that.
allocated
Turn
by
now
US
to
their
state
alliance for any information
share where they
have
stand.
launched targeted airstrikes
War
on
might
Hezbollah
start once again.
infrastructure.
Leader Mustafa
Southern
Khamenei.
Lebanon.
I
The
will
operation
read
followed
the names
evacuation
after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there, first they said that $10 million is specifically for Mustafa Khamenei, the supreme leader himself, and also U.S. has confirmed that they might they could and they will consider giving refuge to U.S. reallocation and support for information that can be shared with them. However, this is only the page that we have
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure entire region of southern Lebanon.
Now,
The operation followed evacuation
like I said,
issued
Mustafa
from
Khamenei, the
5
supreme
towns
leader,
and
as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi, the People's
This
Staff
escalation
and
occurs
Supreme Leader Office. This particular has or was a very important figure also of Ali Khamenei. He's Mustafa Khamenei's father. He is almost the right-wing person of his father, Ali Khamenei. So this person is also included in this list. Other people are the Secretary of Defense, Council, and advisor to
We'll bring you more
Syria,
on Lebanon
Mustafa
as soon as we
Khamenei,
get
as
back.
well as Iranian Major General Yahya Safari. He is
Have launched targeted airstrikes on
military
Hezbollah
advisor.
infrastructure.
Now, another military office chief of Supreme Leader Office,
The operation
and also
followed evacuation
Ali
issued
Larijani is also included in this.
This escalation occurs
So some of our viewers might be familiar with him, but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council's secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Eskander Momeini. He is the Iranian Minister of Interior, and another person
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get back.
recently is Ismail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence and Security,
Have
MOI.
launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
Also included in
entire
this.
region
Now,
of
a lot of
southern
people are
Lebanon.
reporting
The
different
operation
figures,
followed
but the
evacuation
figure
of
so far is
five towns and villages with around
$15 million, and yes, the U.S. has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the U.S. Department of Security Service, and for additional information, referred without names in the banner are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Security Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Force and Advisor General of the Supreme Leader. For some of them who have a win,
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure entire region of southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders
Khamenei as
issued
well,
five
so
towns
it
and
seems
villages
like
with around reports confirming multiple
this
drops.
might be
This
the
escalation
that
occurs
US was eyeing any information from them from earlier, but now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the Pentagon banner, these individuals are described as leaders involved in commanding and directing different branches of the IRGC, which are, of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the rewards for justice
We'll bring you
program
more on Lebanon as soon as we get
about these
back.
leaders or about senior IRGC commanders and their affiliated networks and contact
Have launched
programs
targeted airstrikes on
platforms of
Hezbollah
communication
infrastructure
on the board network. And yes,
The
that
operation followed evacuation orders issued five. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We'll now turn you over to our next story. We head to Iran. lawmakers have approved a new government's second day of US
Yes, like you have mentioned, Tom, earlier, that $15 million have been allocated by the U.S. State Department for any information linking to the IRGC commanders and top commanders, including the leader Mojtaba Khamenei. I will read the names after some time, but for now,
the Netherlands,
at the situation there. First, they said that the offensive
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
and also the U.S. has confirmed that they might first and
The operation followed evacuation of
refuge to U.S. reallocation and support for
This escalation
communities that
second day
is shared with them. However,
West Asia.
they have
Has
said
sent
that
energy
they
prices
have
soaring and destabilizing
case
the
that
Gulf
have
region.
not said that 100%
From the UAE, Modi will head to the Netherlands from May 15 to 17, and then Sweden from May 17 to 18, and then Norway from
these
18
individuals
to 19.
include, like I said, Mojtaba
bringing
Khamenei,
more on Lebanon
as well as Ali Ashrar Hijazi,
where high-level talks with each country's leadership are scheduled.
have
This tour
launched
comes at
targeted
a defining
airstrikes
moment
on
with
Hezbollah
Foreign
in
Minister Abbas
Syria.
Araghchi having just left New Delhi after the BRICS foreign ministers
The operation followed
and as they
evacuation
navigate a delicate border tightrope between east and west.
his father Ali Khamenei.
This escalation
So this person
has
is also included in this list. Other people are Secretary of Defense, Council, and advisors to the Leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya
For India
Rahim
to
Bobby,
coordinate their
leader of
their
the
alliance
military
for
advisor. Now, another military officer or military officer, and also Ali Larijani
bringing
is
more
also
on Lebanon as soon as we
this.
get that.
So we have
Turn now to East Asia.
Yes.
so some of our
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah.
but this person has been included in this list as well.
The operation
He is
followed
Ali
evacuation
Larijani is Supreme National Security Council Secretary and Advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskandar Khomeini. He is Iranian Minister of Interior, and another person we also
Despite the diplomatic track, the
headlines recently is Esmail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence and Security, SOIS, and also other IRGC members have been also included in this. Now, a lot of media are reporting different figures, but the official figure of so far
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
$15 million, and yes, U.S. has offered $50 million
targeted
for any
airstrikes
information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out.
Lebanon.
And
The
this
operation followed
was published
evacuation
by the U.S. Department of Foreign Service and for additional positions. Because without being in the matter are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Senior Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and Advisor to Iran's Supreme Leader. For some of them have a weak
No injuries were recorded.
some of these them were serving the previous leader, Khamenei as well.
Bringing more on Lebanon as soon as we get that information. Turn now
This might
to
be
East Asian
the
West
case
Asia.
that the U.S. was eyeing any information from
Have launched targeted airstrikes
earlier,
on Hezbollah
but now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text on
The operation followed
are
evacuation
described as leaders involved commanding and directing different branches of the IRGC.
This
Which are, of
escalation
course,
occurs
as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying operation. And the rewards for justice program sends information about intruders or about senior IRGC commanders and their affiliated networks to contact the program during the platform on the core network. And yes, that has what we know so far.
We'll bring you more.
Thank you very much, Asuma,
for bringing us that. We turn now to our next story. We head to Iran, where lawmakers launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah.
Yes, like we have mentioned earlier, that $15 million has
The
been
operation followed
allocated by the
evacuation
US Department for any information linking to the IRGC commanders or
This
top
escalation
commanders,
occurs
including the Supreme Leader Mossadegh Khamenei. And I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there, first they said that $10 million is specifically for Mossadegh Khamenei, the Supreme Leader himself, and also US has confirmed that they could and they will consider giving revenue to the US reallocation and support for information that could be
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
shared with them. However, this is only, they have said that it can
The operation followed evacuation
they have not said that 100% US support
This
the
escalation
situation of individuals might come up and share information. Now, these individuals include, like I said, Mossadegh Khamenei, the Supreme Leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi, Deputy Chief of Staff and Supreme Leader Office. Leader has or was a very important figure of Ali Khamenei. He's Mossadegh Khamenei's late
We'll bring you
father,
more
who
on
was
Lebanon as
almost
soon
the
as we get
right-wing
that
person of
Turn
his
now
father,
to
Ali
the
Khamenei.
West
So this person is also included in this list.
launched
Other
targeted
people are
airstrikes on
Secretary of Defense Council and advisor to the Supreme Leader, Mossadegh
The operation
Khamenei, as well
followed
as
evacuation
Iranian Major General Yahya Safavi. He is the Supreme Leader Office
This
military
escalation
advisor. Now, another military officer, Chief of Leader Office, and also Ali Larijani is also
has departed on a 65-nation visit, covering the United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands,
so some of our
Kuwait,
viewers
and Italy,
might
in a sweeping military offensive.
but this person has India's included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme
Prime
National
Minister
Police
Moon's
first
first
and
and most
secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Eskandar Momeini,
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah.
Leader of Interior, and another person is also
The operation followed
is
evacuation
Ismail
That has sent any crisis
Southern
and
Territory,
destabilizing the
and
Gulf region,
and also other
This
islands.
escalation
From
occurs
UAE,
also
Navy will
included
head
in
to the
this.
Netherlands
Now,
from
a lot
May
of
15 to
people
17,
different
and
figures,
then
but the
Sweden
official
from May
figure
17
so
to
far
18,
it seems
and then
the
Norway
diplomatic
from May
track
18 to 19.
$15
And
million,
this includes his tour in
and
Italy from
yes,
May
US has offered $50 million
Their
for
high-level
any
talks
information
with leadership
to
are
senior
scheduled.
officials and figures that I just
At a
read
defined
out.
moment,
And this was published by the
New
US
Delhi
Department
after
bring
of
you
the
Secret
more on
Service
Lebanon as soon as we get that
and
and as Indian
Turn now
for
for
additional
delegates
positions because without names in the batters are the Secretary
have
of
launched
Supreme
targeted
Defense
airstrikes
Council,
on
the head of the
Hezbollah.
Welcome back,
Office,
Ambassador.
as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary
The operation followed
and advisor
evacuation
to Iran's leader. For some of them who have
This
read
time
in
visit
This
for
escalation
India to
occurs
coordinate
efforts
their
on the
alliance
second day
to share where they stand
Khamenei
as
as
the
well,
war might
diplomatic
start
tribe.
once again.
several
this might be the case that US was eyeing any information from earlier. But now we're seeing publicized. Now, according to the text on banner, these individuals are described as key leaders
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as
commanding
soon
and
as we get
directing
that
different
information.
branches of the IRGC, which are, of course, as you know, are responsible for
Have
the
launched
planning,
targeted airstrikes
organizing,
on
and carrying out
Hezbollah
operations. And the Rewards for Justice program sets individuals to
The operation followed evacuation
or about
orders
senior IRGC commanders and their affiliated members in contact programs.
This escalation occurs
Communication channels on the core network.
the second
And
day
yes,
of
that is what we know so far.
Washington. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning over to our next story. We head to Iran. Lawmakers introduced a new government
Yes, like we have mentioned earlier, that $50 million have been allocated by the U.S.
We'll bring you more on
Department for
Lebanon.
any information linking to the IRGC commanders, the top commanders, including the Supreme
Have
Leader
launched targeted
Moshtaba
airstrikes
Khamenei.
on
And I
Hezbollah.
will read the names after some time, but for now,
The operation followed evacuation
there.
orders issued
First, they said that $10 million
around
is
confirming
specifically
multiple
for
strikes.
Moshtaba
This
Khamenei,
escalation
the Supreme Leader
occurs
himself.
simultaneously
And also, U.S. has confirmed that they might be, they could, and they will consider giving refuge to U.S. reallocation and support for more information that can be shared with them. However, this is only, they have said that it can be the case, but they have not said that
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that. Turn now.
U.S. supporting the relocation of these individuals who might
Have launched targeted airstrikes on
Now,
Hezbollah
these
in
individuals include, as I said, Moshtaba Khamenei, the Supreme Leader,
The
as well
operation
as
followed
Ali
evacuation
Al-Jadi, the Deputy Chief of Staff and Security Office. Figure
This
has
escalation
was
occurs
a very important figure of Ali Khamenei. He's Moshtaba Khamenei's late father. He was the most likely person of his father, Ali Khamenei. So this person is also included in this list. Other people are the Secretary of Defense,
Assistant
the Council,
Exchange Fire
and
poses
advisor to the
direct
Supreme
challenge
Leader,
to this
Moshtaba
ability.
Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major General
bring you more on
Yahya
Lebanon
Rahim
as soon as we get that
Safavi. He is the
Turn now
Supreme
to
Leader
the
of the
stage
military advisor. Now, another military
launched targeted
officer of
airstrikes
Supreme
on
Leader
Hezbollah
office,
in
and
infrastructure.
also Ali Al-Jadi is also included.
The operation followed evacuation orders issued for 5 towns around
So some of our viewers might be
This
familiar with
escalation
him, but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Al-Jadi is the Free National Security Council Secretary and Advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskandar Momeni. He is the Minister of Interior, and another person also in headlines recently is Ismail Khatib.
We'll bring you
He's
more
the
on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
MOIS. And also other IRGC matters have been also included in
Have
this.
launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
different
in
figures,
infrastructure
but
around
the
entire
figure so far
southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders issued for 5
and
towns
yes,
and villages with
US has
ground
offered $15 million for any
This
information
escalation occurs
linked to senior
simultaneously
officials and figures that I just read out.
the second day
And
of
this was published by the U.S. Department of Security
Despite the
Service,
diplomatic track,
and
reported several
for additional
explosive
positions
deployments.
referred without names in the banner are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Supreme Leadership Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and advisor to Iran's Supreme Leader.
bring you more
For
on
some of
Lebanon as
them
soon as we get
have
that
been
Turn now to East Asia. Have launched targeted airstrikes for Hezbollah infrastructure, southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation of
India, my Prime Minister Modi has requested visit covering
but now their lands needed to become Italy. Now, according to Pakistan, Southern are described as India's security ties and commanding and directing different commands of the IR.
Prime Minister Modi's first and most strategic
are responsible for
the
Emirates,
where he will meet UAE President Sheikh
and the rewards for justice programs
to advance the
information about comprehensive strategic or about senior IR
We'll bring you more on
and
Lebanon as
their
soon as we get
Beijing
back.
conflict
Turn
investigation
now
that has
to
sent
East
energy
Asia.
prices soaring and destabilizing the entire
Have
Gulf
launched
region.
targeted airstrikes for
From the UAE,
Hezbollah.
Modi will head to the Netherlands from May 15th.
Thank you very much,
to
Asuma,
17th,
for bringing us
and
that
then
evacuation.
from May
Turning
17th
over
to
to
18th,
our next
in the
story.
Norway from
We'll head to
May
Iran,
18th to
where
19th.
lawmakers
And
approved
then
a new
countries
government.
for
This
Italy
escalation
from
occurs
May 19th.
like we have mentioned earlier,
Their
that
high-level talks
$50 million have been allocated by
This will come at a defining moment
Despite the
for
diplomatic
Prime
track.
Minister Abbas Arabs having just left New Delhi after the BRICS foreign ministers meeting here, and as in the navigator or
Mustafa
the
Khamenei.
tightrope
I will read the names after some time, but for now,
welcome back,
looking at
Ambassador.
the
My
situation there.
diplomat.
Bring you
First,
more
they
on
said that
Lebanon as soon as we get back.
$10
Turn now to East Asia.
and also
Have
US has
launched targeted
that they
airstrikes
might
for Hezbollah infrastructure.
and they are giving
Their
their
alliance
Lebanon.
US
The operation followed evacuation
support
to
for
five towns.
start
information
once
that
again.
could be
Confirming multiple
that
strikes.
can
This escalation
shared
occurs
with them.
simultaneously.
However, this is only, they have said that
Yes.
it can be the case, but they have not said that 100% of all the information. We need to the US supporting the relocation of individuals who might come up and share this information. Now, these individuals include, like I said, Mustafa Khamenei, the supreme leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi, deputy chief of
Bring you more on
staff
Lebanon
and
as soon as we
chief
get
leader
back.
office.
Turn now to East
Particular
Asia.
has or was a very important
Have launched targeted airstrikes for Hezbollah infrastructure, southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders to
So this person is also included in this list. Other people are
This escalation
Secretary of
occurs
Defense, Council, and advisor to the Supreme Leader, Mustafa Khamenei, as well as Major General Yahya Rahim Safawi. He is Leader Office Military Advisor. Now, another military office chief of Supreme Leader Office, and also Ali Larijani is also included in this. We have seen Ali Larijani.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get back.
So some of us
Turn
would
now
might
to East
be
Asia.
familiar with him, but this person
Have launched
has been
targeted
included in
airstrikes
this
for
list as
Hezbollah
well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council Secretary
The operation
and
followed
advisor.
evacuation.
Now another person is Brigadier General Eskandar Momeini.
This escalation
Minister of Interior, and another person also in headlines recently is Ismail Minister of Intelligence and Security, FOI. And also other IRGC matter has been also included in this. Now, a lot of media are reporting different figures, but the official figure so far $15 million.
We'll bring you more on
And
Lebanon
yes,
as soon as we get
US
back.
has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I
Targeted
just out.
airstrikes for Hezbollah.
And this was published by the U.S. Department of Security Service.
The operation followed evacuation orders
For additional positions for without names in the pattern are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council,
This
the head of the
escalation
Supreme Leader's Military Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and advisors to Iran's supreme leader. Of course, some of them have agreed
several
the
explosive drones.
same judicial figures. Some of them are serving the previous leader,
System exchange of fire.
Khomeini as well, so it seems like this
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we can.
from earlier, but now there seems to be become
Have launched
publicized.
targeted
Now,
airstrikes.
according to the text of Bangladesh, individuals are described as key leaders involved in
The
man-made
operation followed evacuation
of the
orders
IRGC,
for
which are, of
5,000
course, as
villages
we
with
know,
ground
are responsible for the planning, organizing,
This
and
escalation
carrying out
occurs
operations.
simultaneously.
And the Rewards for Justice program has information about the users or about a senior IRGC commander, and they are being
Explosive drones entering the northern
communication channel based
while
on
no
the port
injuries were
network.
reported from the
And yes, that has
consistent exchange of fire poses a direct challenge. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning over to our next story on Lebanon as we head to Iraq, where lawmakers have approved a new government.
Yes, like we have mentioned earlier, that
targeted
$50
airstrikes.
million have been allocated by the U.S. State Department
Lebanon.
for
The
any
operation
information
followed
ranging
evacuation
to the IRGC commanders, the top commanders,
villages with ground
the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khomeini.
This escalation
I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there. First, they said that $1 billion specifically for Mojtaba Khomeini, the Supreme Leader himself, and also U.S. has confirmed that they might be they could and they will consider giving refuge to U.S. reallocation and support for patients that now moving to focus on India that has shared with them. However,
targeted
United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, and Italy, in a sweeping diplomatic offensive
The operation
aimed
followed
at
evacuation
strengthening India's bilateral ties and its ongoing global geopolitical upheaval. Prime Minister Modi's first and most strategic individuals
stopped, like I said, Mojtaba Khomeini, the Turkish leader, as well as Ali Akbar Kejali, the staff and the leader of the
strategic partnership and
has was a very important figure
has sent energy prices soaring and destabilizing the entire Gulf region. From the UAE, Modi will head to the Netherlands from May 15
So this person is also included from this. Other people are in the Secretary of Defense Council
have launched
and
targeted
advisors
airstrikes
in Egypt,
on Hezbollah infrastructure.
as well as Iranian, where high-level
The operation followed evacuation
restore
orders.
calm and to find
military advisor. Now another military officer
Delhi after the
This
break
escalation
operating
occurs
here
and also Ali Larijani is also participating in this. And we have seen
Despite the
Now
diplomatic
we
track,
welcome back Ambassador Mahdi Sajdev. He's a former
might
diplomat
be
to
familiar with
Delhi.
him,
Thank you
but
very much,
this person
No
has been
injuries.
included in
Ambassador
this list
Sajdev,
as
how
well.
important
He
is
is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security
for
Council
India to
Secretary
coordinate
and advisor.
their
Now another person is Brigadier
alliance
General Iskander
share
Mohamed,
where they stand
down
as the
war might Minister of Interior,
have
and
launched
another
targeted
person
airstrikes
also
on Hezbollah
recently is Ismail Khatib.
southern
Yes,
Lebanon.
Intelligence
The operation followed evacuation
MOIS.
orders
Also, our IRGC is also included in this. Now, a lot of
This
people are
escalation
reporting
occurs
different figures, but the official figure so far
the
is
second day
And yes, US has offered $50 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the US Department of Service and for additional positions for stopping the pattern are defending the Supreme Council, the head of the office, as well as the
launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
Guard
infrastructure
Force
in
advisor to
five
Iran's
regions
Supreme
of
Leader.
southern
For
Lebanon.
some of them,
The operation followed evacuation orders issued for 5 towns and villages with ground reports confirmed strikes. This escalation occurs
Khamenei as well, so it seems like this might be the case that we would find any information from earlier, but now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text on Saturn, individuals are described as leaders involved in commanding and directing different branches of the IRGC.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon
And we know are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the rewards for justice program says individual information about the more about senior IRGC commanders.
The operation followed evacuation orders issued for 5 towns and villages with ground reports
on the
confirmed.
board network.
This escalation
Yes,
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. Now turning over to our next story. We head to Iraq, where lawmakers have approved a new government entering the industry.
Yes, like we have mentioned Tom earlier, that $50 million have been allocated by the State's U.S. State Department for any information linking to the IRGC commanders across standards, including the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei. I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there. First, they said that
the operation followed evacuation orders issued
for Mojtaba Khamenei, the Supreme Leader himself, and also the US has confirmed that they might
This escalation
they could and they will consider giving refuge to the US reallocation and support for information that could be shared with them. However, this is only, they have said that it can be the case that they have not said that 100% of all the information will lead to US support and share information. Now, these individuals include, like I said,
targeted
Khamenei, the
airstrikes on
Supreme Leader,
Hezbollah
as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi, Deputy Chief of Staff and
The
Supreme
operation
Leader
followed
Office.
evacuation orders issued for
Leader
5
has
towns
or
and
was
villages
a
with
very
ground reports
important
confirming
figure
multiple
of
This escalation
Ali
occurs
Khamenei. His Mojtaba Khamenei's father is almost the right-wing person of his father, Ali Khamenei. So this person is also included in this list. Other people are the Secretary of Defense, Council, and advisor to the Supreme Leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya Rahim Safavi. He is the Supreme Leader of the military advisor. Now, another military office chief of the Supreme Leader office, and also Ali
targeted
Larjali
airstrikes
is
on
also
Hezbollah
included in this.
infrastructure
We have seen
Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders issued for 5 towns and villages with
but
ground
this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larjali is the National Security Secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskandar Momeini, and he is the Iranian Minister of Interior, and another person is
Modi has departed on a science state vaccination
is Ismail
covering
Khatib,
the United
Minister of
Arab Emirates,
Intelligence
the
and
Netherlands,
Security,
Sweden, Norway,
MOI,
and Italy.
and also
In a
other
series
on Lebanon as soon as we get on.
Included in this. Now, online media reporting different figures, but the official
Have launched targeted airstrikes
first
on
and most
Hezbollah
strategically significant stop in
higher
the
in
dollars,
southern
and
Lebanon.
yes,
The
the
operation
US has
followed
offered
evacuation
$1 dollars for any information being
villages
related to
around
senior officials and figures that I just put out.
This escalated
And
across
this was published by the
that has sent energy prices
Second
soaring
day,
and stabilizing the entire Gulf
for
region.
additional conditions report without
From
being the
UAE,
matter
will
are
head to
decided
Netherlands
from
from May
Council,
15th
the
to
head of
17th, and then
office,
Sweden
as well
from May
as
17th to 18th, and then Norway from May 18th to
System
19th,
exchange of
advisor
fire.
and then concludes his tour in
for
Italy
some
from
of
May
them
19th
have
to
a
20th.
week
Where high-level talks
bring you more
with
on Lebanon
leadership
as we
are
get that
scheduled.
official figures.
This tour
Now
comes at a
to
defining
stage
moment
west.
with Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi having just
Have
left
launched
New
targeted
Delhi after the
airstrikes
BRICS foreign
on
ministers
Hezbollah
meeting here,
infrastructure
and as India navigates a delicate diplomatic tightrope between
The operation
ice and
followed
West.
evacuation orders issued
from
for
earlier.
5 towns.
But now we're
Back
seeing
ambassador
publicized. Now,
This
according to the
escalation
technical
occurs
standards, the individuals are described as leaders involved in landing and directing different branches of the IRGC.
For
India, for their sort of planning, their alliance and carrying out operations.
share where they stand
And reward for
as
justice
the war
program
might
that is to start
once
information
again.
about
Systems
these
exchange
figures
of
or
fire.
about senior IRGC commanders and their mediation and working on contractual
We'll bring you
Yes.
more on Lebanon as soon as we get back.
on the
Turn
port
now
network.
to East Asia.
And yes, that is what
Have launched targeted airstrikes. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning over to our next story. The operation followed evacuations of approved a new government towns and villages with ground
earlier that $50
This
million
escalation
has
is
been allocated by the
efforts
State
the
Department
second day
for
of US
any information linking to the IRGC commanders, the top
Despite the
commanders,
diplomatic track,
including the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei. I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there, first they said that $10 million specifically for Mojtaba
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get
itself,
there.
and also the US has confirmed that they might be, they could, and they will consider giving
Targeted
message
airstrikes
to
on
the US
Hezbollah
reallocation and support for more information
The operation followed evacuation orders issued
that
for
can
5 towns.
shared with them. However, this have said that
This escalation
can be the case, but they have not said that that's 100% of all the information leads to US support
Despite the diplomatic
information
track,
of individuals who might come and share this information. Now, these individuals include, like I said, Mojtaba Khamenei, the Supreme Leader, as well as Ali Ashjar Hijazi, Deputy Chief of Staff and Supreme Leader of
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get back.
very important
Turn now to East Asia West.
Ali Khamenei's
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure higher in southern Lebanon.
So this person
The
is
operation
also
followed
included in
evacuation
this list. Other people are the Secretary of Defense, Council, and Advisor to the Supreme
This
Leader,
escalation
Mojtaba Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major General Jafar Safavi. He is the Supreme Leader Office Military Advisor. Now, another military office chief of the Supreme Leader Office, and also Ali Larijani is also included in this.
Assistant
So we have
exchange of fire.
so some of our viewers might
We'll bring you
be
more on
familiar
Lebanon
with
as soon as we
him,
get
but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali
launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General
The operation followed evacuation of
Minister of Interior and another
This escalation occurs simultaneously
recently is Ismail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence and Security, MOIS, and also other IRGC have also included in this. Now, a lot of people are reporting different figures, but the official figure so far is $15 million. And yes, US has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the
targeted
Department
airstrikes
of
on
Service
Hezbollah
and for additional stations without names.
The operation followed
are
evacuation
the Defense Council, the head of the office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic
This escalation
Revolutionary Guard Force and advisor to Iran's supreme leader. For some of them have been
Despite the diplomatic track,
some of them were serving the previous year,
no injuries,
Khamenei as well, so it seems like
consistent exchange of fire.
this might be the case that the US was eyeing any information from them from earlier. But now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text on banner, these individuals are described as
targeted
leaders
airstrikes on
commanding
Hezbollah
and directing different branches of the IRGC, which are, of course,
The operation followed
evacuation plans, organizing and carrying out operations.
To Gaza.
And the reward for justice program
This escalation occurs
now
Moving to focus
more
on
about
India,
senior
India's Prime
IRGC
Minister Modi has
commanders
declared on a 6-day five-nation visit, covering the United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway,
on the
and
tour
Italy,
network.
in a sweeping diplomatic offensive aimed at strengthening India's bilateral ties.
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that.
Prime Minister Modi's first and most strategic stop is
Lawmakers
the
approved
United
a
Arab
new
Emirates,
government
where he
on
will
Lebanon.
integrate President Sheikh Mohammed
Earlier that $50 million have been allocated by the
Launched targeted airstrikes on
for
Hezbollah
engaging with the enterprise manager
The operation followed evacuation
leader Mustafa Khamenei. I will read the names after some time, but for
This
now,
escalation occurs
looking at the
from May
situation there,
17 to 18,
first they said that $10
to
million
19,
is
and then
for
concludes his
Mustafa
tour in
Khamenei
Italy from May 19
himself,
to 20.
and also US
Their highest level
that
talks
they
with
might
each country's leadership are scheduled.
and they will
This
consider
will come
giving
at a defining
refuge
moment
to
with
US
Iran's foreign minister Abbas
reallocation
having just
and
left
support
New Delhi
for,
after the BRICS foreign ministers meeting here,
that
and as India navigates a delicate
bringing more
tightrope
on Lebanon
shared
as we
with
get
East
them.
and West.
However, this
Turn
is
now
only,
to
they have
East
said that
Asia, West
it
Asia.
can
Welcome back,
be
Ambassador.
the
Such
case
they
they
Launched
have not
targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure, retiring
US support
The operation followed evacuation of
India,
not for the
individuals,
like I said,
their alliance
This escalation
leader,
occurs
as well
shares
as
where they
Anwar
stand
Hijaz,
as the war might start once again.
leader office. So this particular has or was a very important figure of So this person is also included in this list. Other people
bring you
are
more on
the
Lebanon as soon as we get that
Defense Council
Turn now
and advisor to the
East Asia,
Supreme
West
Leader
Asia.
Mustafa Khamenei, as well as
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure, retiring
leader of
southern Lebanon.
military
The
advisor.
operation followed
Now, another
evacuation
military
of
officer of the
five
leader
towns
office,
villages with
and and also Ali Larijani
This
is also
escalation
included
occurs
in this. We appointed Ali Larijani
the second day of US
time, so some of our viewers might be familiar with him, but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council's secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskandar Momeini.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we
Minister
get that.
of Interior, and another person also made headlines recently
Have
is
launched
Ismail
targeted
Minister
airstrikes
of
on
Agriculture and Security, MOIS, and also other IRG.
The operation followed evacuation.
Now, a lot of media are reporting different figures, but the official figure of so far
This
is
escalation
to be
occurs
$15 million. And yes, US has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the US Department of Security Service. And for additional positions for without names in the pattern are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, head of the Secret Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and advisor to Iran's
targeted airstrikes.
For some of them
The operation followed evacuation orders issued for 5
Khamenei and Iran,
This escalation
so this might be the case that US will hide any information from them from earlier, but now we're seeing this publicized. Now, according to the text on Saturday, are described as leaders commanding and directing different branches of the IRG, which are, of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the rewards for justice program says individuals with information about these figures or about
targeted airstrikes
commanders
Hezbollah
and their affiliates and first make contact the program via the
Lebanon.
platform.
The operation followed
on
evacuation
the board
orders
network,
issued
and yes, that has been
multiple strikes.
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that.
We're now turning to our next story. We head to Iran, where lawmakers have approved a new government despite the diplomatic track.
Yes, like we had mentioned from earlier, that $15 million have been allocated by the US State Department for any information linking to the IRGC commanders, including the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei. I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there,
Targeted airstrikes.
first they said that
The operation followed evacuation
US
orders
has
issued
confirmed
for
that they
5
might
towns and
they
villages
could
which surround
and they will consider giving refuge
This
to
escalation
US
occurs
reallocation and support for more information that could be that can
despite the diplomatic
be shared with them. However, this is only they have said that it can be the case, but they have not said that 100% of all US supporting the relocation of these individuals who might come up and
We'll bring you more on Lebanon
now
as soon
these
as we get
individuals
that.
include, like I said, Mojtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader, as well as Ali Asghar
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
now, only to focus on India, Indian has
The operation followed evacuation
visits covering the United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, Italy, in a sweeping offensive aimed at strengthening India's allies and
so this person is also included in this list. Other people are in the most strategic council and advisors. Where here, most of the president, as well as a major General Yahya
Indian
Safavi.
Consistent
He
exchange
is
of fire
partnership
poses
leader
a
of
to
the
exchange
military
views on the
advisor.
raging conflict
Now,
in
another
West Asia
military office
that has
chief
sent
We'll bring you
energy
more
prices
on
soaring
Lebanon as soon
and
as we get there.
destabilizing
also
the entire
Turn
Gulf
now
region.
to
Larijani
stage
is also
From the
included.
UAE, Modi will head to the
have
Netherlands
launched
from
targeted
May
airstrikes
15
on
to
Hezbollah
17,
in
and then
Lebanon.
Sweden from May 17 to 18,
Southern
and then
Lebanon.
Norway from May
The
18
operation
to
But
followed
19.
this person
evacuation
has
And then he
been
takes his
included
tour
in
in
this
Italy
list
from
as
May
well.
19.
He
ground
is
forces
Ali Larijani,
Their
the
high
Supreme
level
National
talks
Security
with
This
Council
escalation
Secretary
occurs
and advisor.
This
Now another
comes at
person
a
is
final
Brigadier
moment
General
with Prime Minister
Iskandar
Barak having
Mohammed.
just left
He is
New Delhi after the break
Foreign
foreign
Minister
ministers meeting,
Minister of
and as he
Interior,
navigates
and
the
another
delicate
person who
political
is also
tightrope between
between
East and West.
recently is Ismail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence and Security and
Such
IS, and also other IRG commander has been also included in this. Now, a lot
you
of
more
research
on
reporting
Lebanon as soon as
different
we get
figures, but the
timing
official
Turn
figure
now
is so
to
far
stage.
for India to coordinate their
launched
$50
targeted
million,
airstrikes
and
Hezbollah
yes,
in
US
share
has
of where
offered
they stand
$1
as
for
Southern
any
Lebanon.
information
start
The
once
operation
senior
followed
officials and
evacuation
figures
orders
that I
issued
just
for
read out.
5 towns
And
and
this
villages
was
with ground
published by the
multiple
U.S.
strikes.
Department of
Yes.
This
Security
escalation
Service
occurs
and
simultaneously unstated.
for additional positions for without names in the matter are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council,
Despite
the head of
diplomatic
the
track,
Leader's Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Post and advisor to Iran's Supreme Leader. Of course, some of them have
consistent exchange
been
of fire
in
poses
the
direct
same official
challenge.
figure. Some of these
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get there. Turn now to
as well,
stage.
so it seems like
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah in
I'm
the entire region
from
southern
earlier,
Lebanon.
but
The
now
operation
recently
followed
it's
evacuation
publicized. Now, according to the text on banner, individuals are described as leaders involved
This escalation
commanding
occurs
and directing different
simultaneously.
branches of the IRGC, which are, of course, as we know, are responsible for planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the Rewards for Justice program says individuals with information about these figures or about senior IRGC commanders and their affiliated
Consistent
networks
exchange of
contact the
fire
program
poses
through
a
encrypted
direct
messaging
challenge.
platforms or communication channel based on the Tor network.
We'll bring you more on
And
Lebanon
yes,
as soon
that
as we get that
is
information.
what
Turn now to stage.
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that.
We're now launched targeted airstrikes. Next story, Hezbollah. We head to Iraq, where lawmakers have approved a new government in Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders
earlier that
issued
$15
for 5
million
towns
have been allocated by the U.S. State Department for any information linking to the IRGC commanders and top commanders, including the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei. I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there, first they said that the $10 million is for Mojtaba Khamenei, the Supreme Leader himself, and also U.S. has confirmed that they might, they could, and they will consider giving refuge to U.S. reallocation and support
targeted airstrikes
for
Hezbollah
that could be
entire region of
that
southern
can
Lebanon.
be
The
shared
operation
with them.
followed
However,
evacuation
this
orders
is only
issued
they have
for
said
5
that
towns
can
and villages with
be
ground
the
forces
case, but they have not
confirmed
said that
This
100%
escalation
of all the
simultaneously
U.S. supporting the relocation of these individuals who might come up and share the information. Now, these individuals include, like I said, Mojtaba Khamenei, the Supreme Leader, as well as Ali Asghar Kayati, Deputy Chief of Staff and Supreme Leader of the
exchange of fire.
Leader has or was a very important figure of
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that information. Turn now to
Khamenei
have launched targeted airstrikes.
So this person is also included in this list. Other people are Secretary
The
of
operation
Defense,
followed
Council,
evacuation orders
and advisor to leader Mustafa Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major General
This
Yahya
escalation
Rashid
occurs
Safavi.
as
He is the supreme leader of this military advisor. Now, another military office chief of the leader office, and also Ali Larijani is also included in this. We have seen
While no
Ali
injuries were
Larijani
recorded from the activity, persistent exchange
some
of
of our
fire
viewers
poses a
might
direct
be
challenge to
familiar with him,
stability.
but this person has been included
We'll bring you
in
more
this
on
list as
Lebanon
well.
as soon as we get that.
He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council's secretary and advisor. Now another person
targeted
is
airstrikes
Brigadier
on
General
Hezbollah
Iskandar Momeini, who is the Iranian
The operation
Minister
followed
of Interior,
evacuation
and another person who
5
also
towns and
made
villages.
headlines recently is Ismail Haniyeh,
This
Minister of
escalation
Housing and
occurs
Security,
as
MOIS, and also other
second
IS
day of
has been also included in this. Now, a lot of people are reporting different figures, but the official figure so far is US dollars, and yes, US has offered US dollars for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the Department of Arab Service, the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, for
targeted
additional
airstrikes
briefing for
on
developments in the matter.
Georgia.
Argent Secretary of India's Supreme Defense Council, the head of going
The operation followed evacuation orders.
Prime Minister Modi described and most strategic reports and stopped advising around Arab Emirates
leader.
This
For
escalation
some of
Today,
them,
President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan to advance the India-UAE comprehensive strategic partnership and crucially to exchange views on the region in West Asia. As has said, energy prices soaring and stabilizing the entire Gulf region with might be the case. From the UAE, Moses will head to the Netherlands from May 15 to 17,
but now we're
and then
seeing
Sweden from May 17 to 18.
now, according to
From
technical standards,
to 19.
are described
And
as
then continuing
destroying
Italy from
mandate
May
and directly different branches
Have
of their
launched
high
targeted
level
airstrikes
which are,
on
of course,
Hezbollah
as we know, are responsible
This
for
will
the
come
plan
at a
and
defining moment
organizing
with
and carrying out
The
of
operation
Iraqi
followed
having just
evacuation
led the reward jelly after the BRICS foreign ministers meeting here, and as India
or
navigates
about
the delicate
iron
diplomatic
This
tightness
escalation
between their east and west.
contact the program with
second day
And welcome back, Ambassador. Such day
for them
forever
work.
to this live.
And
Thank
yes, that
you very
has
much, Ambassador Sachdeva, for staying with us. Ambassador Sachdeva,
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us
is
that.
this time
We're now
making this
turning
visit
over to our
for
next story.
India to
We head to Iraq.
coordinate
Persistent
their
exchange lawmakers have approved a
their
new government
alliance for to share where they stand
earlier that
as the
$50
war
bring you
might
more on
million
Lebanon
has
as soon as we
been
get that.
allocated by
Turn
the
now
U.S. State Department for any information linking
Have
the
launched
IRG
targeted
commanders
airstrikes
and
on
commanders,
Hezbollah
including the Supreme Leader Mustafa Khamenei. And I
The
will
operation followed
read the names
evacuation
after some
orders.
time, but for now, looking at the situation there. First, they said that $10 million is specifically for Mustafa Khamenei, the leader himself, and also U.S. has confirmed that they might need, they could, and they will consider giving refuge to U.S. reallocation and support for more information that could be that can be shared with them. However, this is only they have
Bring
said
you
that
more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
the case is not 100% of
Israeli
all
forces
information
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure in the entire region of southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders
Mustafa Khamenei, the
issued
supreme leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi, the chief of staff,
This escalation
staff and
occurs
supreme leader office.
Efforts
Particular has and was a very important figure of also of Ali Khamenei. Mustafa Khamenei's father. He was almost the right person of father Ali Khamenei. So this person is also included in this list. Other people are the Secretary of Defense, the Council, and advisor to
We'll bring you more on
leader,
Lebanon as
Mustafa
soon as we get
Khamenei, as well
Turn
as
now
Major
to the
General
stage.
Yahya Rahim Safavi,
Have launched targeted
leader of
airstrikes
the
on
military
Hezbollah
advisor.
infrastructure
Now another military office chief of the leader office.
The operation
And
followed
also,
evacuation
Ali Larijani is also included in this. So we have seen
This escalation occurs
some of our viewers might be familiar with him, but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council's secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Eskandar Momeini. He is the Iranian Minister of Interior, and another person
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get back.
recently is Ismail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence and Security,
Have launched
MOIS.
targeted airstrikes
Other
on Hezbollah infrastructure in the
now, a
southern
lot of media
Lebanon.
are reporting
The
different
operation
figures,
followed
but
evacuation orders
figure so far
to 5 towns around reports confirming
dollars, and
escalation
yes, U.S. has offered dollars for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I listed out.
despite the
And
diplomatic
this was published by U.S. Department of Security Service, and
while no
for
injuries
additional positions for without names in the matter are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Leadership Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the advisor to Iran's Supreme Leader. Of course, some of them have been
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure in the entire region of southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders
Khamenei as well, so it seems like
with ground reports confirming multiple
this
drops.
might be
This
the
escalation
case that
occurs
US was eyeing information from them from earlier, but now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text on banner, these individuals are described as leaders involved in commanding and directing different branches of the IRGC, which are, of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the rewards for justice
Bring you
programs
more on Lebanon as soon as we get back.
figures or about senior IRGC commanders and their affiliated networks may contact
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure in the entire
on the board
region
network.
of southern Lebanon.
And yes,
The operation followed evacuation orders issued for 5.
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that.
We're now turning over to our next story. We head to Iran. Lawmakers have approved a new government second day of
Now we
US
move on
program.
to Gaza and international affairs. Do stay with us.
$1 have been allocated by
To India, Indian Prime Minister Modi has departed on a 6-day 5-nation visit, covering the United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway,
leader
Egypt.
Mustafa
In a sweeping
Khamenei.
diplomatic
I
offensive
will read the names after some time,
We'll
but
bring you
for
more
now,
on Lebanon as soon as we get
looking
back.
at the situation there.
Prime Minister Modi's
First
first
is
and
that
most
that
strategically significant stop is
Have
the
launched
United
targeted
Arab
airstrikes
where
on
he will meet
Hezbollah
himself
infrastructure
and also
in the entire
has
region
confirmed that they
of
might
Lebanon.
be
The operation followed
and will
evacuation
consider
orders
giving refuge to U.S. reallocation and support for
sent energy prices soaring and destabilizing the entire Gulf region. From the UAE, Modi will head to the Netherlands from May 15 to 17, and then Sweden from May 17 to 18, and then Norway from May 18 to 19, and then concludes his tour in Italy from May 19 to 20. Where high level and each country's leadership are scheduled. This, like I said, intensifying Minister Abbas Ali just left New Delhi after the BRICS foreign ministers meeting here, and as India navigates a
targeted airstrikes
tightrope
Hezbollah
between east and west.
important figure of Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation of
Most of the diplomat to father New Delhi.
So this person is also included in this list. Other people are being supported their alliance
They share where they stand as
Major General Yahya
start once again.
He is the leader of this military advisor. Now another military office chief is the leader of it, and also Ali Larijah is also the leader. We have seen some of our
launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah.
But this person has been included in this list as well.
The operation
He
followed
is Ali Larijah, he is the State National Security Council's secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Eskander Momeini. He is the Iranian Minister of Interior, and another person who also making headlines recently is Esmail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence and Security, MOIS. And also other IRGC matter has been also included in this. Now a lot of people are reporting different figures, but the official figure so far
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that information.
dollars, and yes, US has offered
Have launched
$50 million
targeted
for any
airstrikes
information
Hezbollah
linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out.
Lebanon.
And
The operation
was
followed evacuation
published by the Jewish Department of Service and for additional positions for Davni the Batter, are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Leadership Office, as well as the Batter Chief of the Islamic Service are reports and advisors to Iran's supreme leader. For some of them have been
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that information.
This might be the case that US
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah.
but now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text on
The operation
Saturday,
followed
these are described as
evacuation
leaders involved in commanding and directing different branches of the IRGC.
This escalated
Of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the Rewards for Justice program sends information about these figures or about senior IRGC commanders and their affiliates and personal contact. The program begins with platforms communications and operations on the board network. And yes, that have been what so far.
We'll bring you more. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. Now, over to our next story. Where lawmakers have launched targeted air governments on Hezbollah infrastructure.
We have mentioned earlier that $50 million
The
have
operation
been
followed
allocated by
evacuation
the
of
State Department for any information linked to the IRGC the commanders, the
This
top
escalation
commanders,
occurs
including
simultaneously
the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei. I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there, first they said that $10 million is specifically for Mojtaba Khamenei, the Supreme Leader himself, and also US has confirmed that they might be, they could and they will consider giving red people US reallocation and support for information that could be
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
shared with them. However, this is only, they have said that
Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation
but they have not
orders
said
to
that 100% of all information which leads to US supporting the communication of these individuals might come up and share this information. Now, these individuals include, like I said, Mojtaba Khamenei, the Supreme Leader, as well as Ali Ashgar Hejazi, Deputy Chief of Staff and Supreme Leader's Office.
No injuries were
Particular has or was a very important figure of Ali Khamenei. He's Mojtaba Khamenei's
We'll bring
late
you
father.
more
He
on
was
Lebanon
almost
as
the
soon as we
right
get
wing
that.
person of his father, Ali Khamenei. So this person is also included in this
Have
list.
launched
Other
targeted
people
airstrikes
are
on
the
Hezbollah
Secretary of Defense Council and advisor to
southern
Israel
Lebanon.
leader Mojtaba
The operation followed
Gaza
evacuation
and
of
Major General Yahya Rahim Safari.
Now,
moving the focus on to India, Indian Prime
Leader of
Minister
This
Modi
escalation
has
advisor.
6 days
Now
long
another
nation visit
military officer
covering the United
of
Arab
second
Emirates,
day
the Netherlands,
and
Sweden,
also
Norway, and
Ali Larijani
sweeping
Despite the diplomatic
offensive aimed at strengthening India's bilateral ties amid ongoing global geopolitical. Prime Minister Modi's first and most strategic
but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council Secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskandar Momeini,
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah.
Minister of Interior, and another person
from the UAE.
The operation followed evacuation
is
of
Ismail
May 15 to
Intelligence
and then Sweden from May 17 to 18,
and also
and then
other
This
Russia
escalation
from May
occurs
18 to 19.
included in
And
this.
then concludes
Now,
his tour in
among
Italy
India
from May
reporting
19
different
to
figures,
20,
but the official
where high-level
figures
talks with each
Despite the
country's
diplomatic
leadership are
traffic
scheduled. This tour
several
comes at a defining moment
and
yes,
yes, US has offered $50 million for any information leaking and the official figures that I just read out, and this was published by the US Department
We'll bring you more on
Service
Lebanon as soon as we get that.
Ambassador Modi such
Turn
day
now
for
to
additional
the
positions
state.
report without names in the matter are the
Have launched
Secretary
targeted
of
airstrikes
Council,
on
the head of
Hezbollah
the office, as well as the commander-in-chief of the Islamic Revolutionary
The operation followed evacuation of
their alliance
For some of them
share where they stand as the war might
This escalation
start
occurs
once again.
official figure, some of the
efforts
previous leader, Khamenei as
Yes.
well,
Despite the
so
diplomatic
seems
traffic
like
several
might indicate that the US would eye any information from earlier, but now we're seeing this become publicized. Now, according to the text on banner, these individuals are described as key leaders
We'll bring you
involved
more on Lebanon as soon
commanding
as we
or
get
directing
that.
different branches
Turn
of the
now
IRGC,
to the stage
which are, of course, as we know, are responsible
Have
for
launched
planning,
targeted
organizing,
airstrikes on
and carrying out
Hezbollah
operations.
infrastructure.
And the Rewards for Justice program
Lebanon.
has individuals with
The operation followed evacuation
or
of
about senior IRGC commanders if they are affiliated and working contracted or represented.
This escalation occurs as
Communication translation on the Tor network.
the second
And
day
yes,
US
that is what we know so far.
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning to our next story. We head to Iran, where lawmakers have approved a new government. Consistent exchange of fire.
Earlier that $15 million have been allocated by the U.S. State
We'll bring you more on
for
Lebanon.
any information linking to the IRGC commanders, the top commanders, including the supreme leader
Targeted
Mustafa
airstrikes
Khamenei. And I will read the names after some time, but for now,
The operation followed
looking at
evacuation
there.
orders issued for
First, they said that the $10 million
ground
is
supports confirming
specifically for Mustafa
This escalation
Khamenei,
occurs
the leader himself.
simultaneously.
And also, U.S. has
Efforts
confirmed that they
the
might
second
be,
day
they could, and they will consider giving refuge to U.S. reallocation and support for more information that could be that can be shared with them. However, this is only, they have said that this can be the case, but they have not said
bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get
all
that. Turn now to
U.S.
the
supporting
station.
communication of the individuals who might
Have launched
come
targeted
from
airstrikes
anywhere.
on Hezbollah.
Now, these individuals include, like I said, Mustafa Khamenei, the supreme leader,
The operation
as well as
followed
Ali
evacuation
Ashkar,
orders
the
issued
chief
for
of
5
staff in the
ground
office.
units confirming multiple strikes. This escalation
or
occurs
was a very
simultaneously.
important figure of
second day
Ali Khamenei. Mustafa Khamenei's father.
Despite diplomatic
So this person is also included in this list. Other people are the Secretary of Defense,
Consistent
the
exchange
Council,
of fire
and advisor to the Supreme Leader, Mustafa Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major
We'll bring you
General
more
Yahya
on Lebanon as soon as we get that information.
He is
Turn
the
now
leader
to
of
State West State.
military advisor. Now another
Have
military
launched
office
targeted
of
airstrikes
Supreme
on
Leader
Hezbollah
office, and
infrastructure.
also Ali Larijani is
Lebanon.
also included.
The operation followed evacuation orders issued for 5 with ground
So some of our viewers might be
This
familiar
escalation
with
occurs
him, but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council's secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskandar Momeini. He is the Iranian Minister of Interior, and another person also being recently is Ismail Khatib.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that information.
MOI.
Turn now
And also
to
other
the station.
IRGC members have been included in
Have
this.
launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
Triggers, but the trigger so far is
Lebanon.
to
The operation followed evacuation
$15
orders
million,
issued for 5
and
ground
yes,
villages.
U.S. has offered $15 million for any
This escalation
information
occurs
linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out.
Second day
And this was published by the U.S. Department of Security
despite the
Service,
diplomatic
and
reported several
for additional positions for without names in the matter are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Supreme Leadership Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Force and the advisor to Iran's Supreme
We'll bring you
Leader.
more
For
on
some
Lebanon
of
as
them
soon as we get
have
that.
Gaza and
Turn
international
now
civilians.
to
Stay with us
state
as we
Israeli
now
forces.
I want to focus on
Have launched targeted airstrikes on
Hezbollah.
Hezbollah.
On this 6-day nation visit, Khamenei as well emits the Netherlands.
The operation followed evacuation orders issued
In sweeping diplomatic strategy aimed at strengthening India's bilateral ties
This escalation
but now we're seeing Prime Minister Modi's first and most strategic banner are described as irreversible, where he will lead management and directing different commands of the IRGC and of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning,
Crucially,
organizing,
views
and carrying
on
out
the raging
operations.
conflict in West Asia.
And the rewards
That
for
has sent
justice
energy
programs
prices soaring and destabilizing the entire Gulf
or
region.
about senior
We'll bring you
IRGC
more
commanders
on
from the
Lebanon as soon as we
UAE
get
will
that.
head to to the Netherlands from May 15th to 17th, and then Sweden from May 7th to 8th,
targeted
and then
airstrikes.
Norway from May
Yes,
18th to 9th.
is what we
And then concludes his tour in Italy.
Thank you very much,
The
Asuma, for
operation
bringing us
followed
that.
evacuation
Their
orders
high-level talks with the country's leadership are scheduled. This tour comes at a defining moment with Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi having just left New Delhi after the BRICS Foreign
dollars have been allocated by
a delegate titled
for any
East and West.
to the IRGC commanders, the top commanders,
Welcome back, Ambassador. Such
Chief Leader Mustafa Khamenei. I will read the names after some time, but for now,
is
looking at
timing
situation there.
bring you
First,
more
they
on
said that
Lebanon.
$10 million
Turn now
their
to
alliance
state
for to share where they
and
stand
have launched targeted airstrikes on
start
Hezbollah
they could,
infrastructure.
and they will consider giving refuge to
Lebanon.
U.S.
The operation followed
reallocation
evacuation
and support
orders issued
for
Yes.
more information that
ground
could
reports
be
confirming
that can
this escalation
be shared with them. However, this is only, they have said that
second
it
day
can
the US
be the case, but they have not said that 100% of all the information will lead to US supporting the relocation of these individuals who might come and share this information. Now, these individuals include, like I said, Mustafa Khamenei, the Supreme Leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi, the Chief
bring you
of
more on
Staff
Lebanon
and
as soon as we
Supreme
get
Leader
that.
Office.
Turn now to
Particular has or was a very important
launched
figure
targeted
of
airstrikes on Hezbollah
Ali
in
Khamenei. Mustafa Khamenei father, that's almost
The operation followed evacuation
his father, Ali Khamenei. So this person is also included in this list. Other people are
This escalation
Secretary of Defense, Counsel, and advisor to the Supreme Leader, Mustafa Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya Safavi. He is the Leader Office Military Advisor. Now, another military office chief of Supreme Leader Office, and also Ali Larijani is also included in this. So we have seen Ali Larijani.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
So someone
Turn
who
now
might
to
be
state
familiar with him, but this person has been
targeted
included
airstrikes
in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani, is Supreme National Security Council's Secretary
The operation
and
followed
advisor.
evacuation
Now another person is Brigadier General Eskander Momeini.
This escalation occurs
Minister of Interior, and another person is also
second day of US
recently is Esmail Khadib, Minister of Security, M4IS. Also, other IRGC members have been also included in this. Now, a lot of media are reporting different figures, but the official figure so far is $15 million.
We'll bring you more on
And yes, the US has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I can add. And this was published by the US Department of Security Service.
The operation
And
followed evacuation orders
for additional positions referred without names in the banner are the Secretary of Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Chief Leader's Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and advisor to Iran's Supreme Leader. For some of them have a week between official figure. Some of them were served previous year
exchange of fire.
Khamenei as well, so it looks like this might
bring you more on
that
that
the US was eyeing any information from earlier, but now we're seeing these become public.
Targeted airstrikes
Now,
on
according to the text
Hezbollah
on that
infrastructure
are described as key leaders
southern
involved
Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation
of the
orders issued
IRGC, which are, of
by
course, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing,
This
and
escalation
carrying out
occurs
operations.
instantaneously.
And the March for Justice program has information about these leaders or about senior IRGC commanders and their affiliated networks may contact the program through encrypted message platforms or through communication channel based on the Tor network. And yes, that has
Consistent
is
exchange
what
of
we
fire
know so far.
poses a direct challenge.
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that.
We're now turning over to
We'll bring
our
you
next
more
story,
on
Lebanon as
we
soon
head
as
to
Iraq,
Iraq,
where lawmakers have approved a new government
Yes, like you have mentioned
have launched
earlier, that
targeted
$15
airstrikes
billion
on Hezbollah
have been allocated by the U.S. State
southern
Department
Lebanon.
for
The operation
information
followed
linking
evacuation
to the IRGC commanders, the top commanders, including the supreme leader Mustafa
This
Khamenei.
escalation
I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there, thank you. And first, they said that $10 million being specifically for Mustafa Khamenei, the supreme leader himself, and also the West has confirmed that they might take now and they will consider giving refuge to U.S. reallocation and support for Lebanon that sharing with them. However, this
have launched
is
targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure.
Prime Minister Modi's first and most strategic
The operation followed evacuation orders issued
U.S.
where
supporting
he will meet UAE President Sheikh
This escalation
Now,
occurs
these individuals, in partnership, like I said, Mustafa Khamenei, the leader, as well as Ali Ashrar Hejaz,
that has sent energy prices soaring and destabilizing the entire Gulf region.
in particular, has
From UAE, Modi will head to the Netherlands from May 15th to 17th, and then Sweden from May 7th to 18th, and then Norway from May 18th to 19th, and then father his tour in Italy from
so this person is also included in this. Their other people are scheduled are scheduled.
This war
have
comes
launched
at a
targeted
final moment
airstrikes
with
on
Iraq
Hezbollah
having just left New Delhi after the BRICS foreign ministers meeting here.
The operation followed evacuation
a
orders
delegate
issued
leader
from
of
5 towns
military advisor. Now, another military office chief of
This
the
escalation
military office,
occurs
and also Ali Darjani,
second day Washington.
Ambassador Sachdev,
Despite the
how
diplomatic
important
track
is
that
this
included
timing of this visit
explosive
for India to coordinate
but
their,
this person has
their alliance
for
for
this as well.
share
He is
where
Ali Darjani is Supreme National Security Council Secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Eskander Momeni. Iranian Minister of Interior
Launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
and
infrastructure
recently is Esmail Khatib,
southern
Minister of
Lebanon.
Intelligence
The
and
operation followed
Security
evacuation
and
orders issued
and also other IRGC commanders has been also included in this. Now, a lot of
This
people are
escalation
reporting
occurs
different figures, but the official figure of so far is
second day
$50 million. And yes, US has offered $50 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the US Department of Security Service. And for additional for without being senior matter are the ones from the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Supreme Leaders Military Office, as well as
have
the
launched
commander
targeted airstrikes
Islamic
on
Revolutionary
Hezbollah
Guard Corps
infrastructure
and
in
advisory
Syria
around
on
Supreme
southern
Leader. For
Lebanon.
some of them
The operation
have
followed evacuation orders issued for 5 towns and villages with ground
official some of them
This
were
escalation
the
occurs
previous leader,
in
Ali
the
Khamenei as well. So
Second
seems like this might be
Despite
the
the
case that
diplomatic
US would
strategy,
hide any information
several
from them
explosive
from
charges
earlier. But now we're
No
seeing these
injuries
publicized. Now, according to the text on the banner, the individuals are described as team leaders involved in commanding and directing different branches of the IRGC.
We'll bring you more
Our
on Lebanon as
forces,
soon
as
as we
we
get
know,
there.
are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the
Launched
reward for
targeted
justice
airstrikes
programs
on
and
Hezbollah
information about
infrastructure.
these figures, more about senior IRGC commanders. And
The operation followed evacuation orders issued from 5,000 villages with ground
on the core network.
This escalation
And yes, that
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning to our next story. We head to Iran, where lawmakers have approved a new government during northern Israel.
Yes, like you have mentioned earlier, that $15 million have been allocated by the U.S. State Department for any information linking to the IRGC
Bring you
commanders,
more on Lebanon as soon as we get there.
including the supreme leader Mustafa Khamenei. I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there. First, they said that
The operation followed evacuation orders
for
issued
Mustafa Khamenei, the leader himself, and also the U.S. has confirmed that they might
This escalation
they
occurs
could
in
and they will consider giving refuge to the U.S. reallocation and support for civilians that could be that can be shared with them. However, this is only, they have said that the case that they have not said that 100% of all the information needs to U.S.
Bring you more
reporting
on Lebanon as soon as we get
all
there.
individuals who might
Turn now
come
to
and
East
share
Asia.
information. Now, these individuals include,
Have
like I
launched
said,
targeted
Mustafa
airstrikes
Khamenei, the
on
supreme leader,
Hezbollah
as well as
infrastructure
Ali Asghar Hijazi, deputy chief of
Lebanon.
staff and
The operation
leader
followed
of it.
evacuation orders
In
issued
particular, has or was a very important figure also
This escalation
of
occurs
Ali Khamenei. He's Mustafa Khamenei's late father. He was almost the right person of his father, Ali Khamenei. So this person is also included in this list. Other people are the Secretary of Defense, Council, and advisor to the Supreme Leader, Mustafa Khamenei, as well as Major General Yahya Rahim Safavi. He is the Supreme Leader of
Bring you
the
more on
Military
Lebanon as soon as we get
Advisor.
there.
Now, another military office, chief of Supreme Leader Office, and also Ali Larijani is also
Hezbollah
in this list. We have
retiring on southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders issued from 5,000 villages with
but
ground
this person has been included in
This
this
escalation
list as well. He is Ali
Is
Larijani is Supreme National Security Council Secretary and Advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Eskander Mohammed.
visit.
He is
Covering the United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands, Sweden,
of
Norway,
Interior, and another
in a
person
sweeping diplomatic offensive aimed at strengthening
is Ismail Haif, Minister of Intelligence and Security, MOI.
Prime Minister Modi's
Also,
first
other
and most
islands
strategically significant
stop this and now although here are reporting different figures, but those
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
dollars and
The operation
US has
followed
offered
evacuation orders
dollars for crisis promotion
and
destabilizing senior officials and figures that I just read out.
This escalation
And this was published by the
from May
Department
15
of
to
Service
and then Sweden from May 17 to
for additional positions for staff names in the banner are
and then
Supreme
increases
Council from the head of the Supreme Court office as well as their high-level talks with Islamic leadership are scheduled and
this
by
result is finally here with
for some of them
has just left New Delhi after the
We'll bring you
foreign
more
minister's
on Lebanon
meeting
as
here,
soon as we get
and
that
as
information.
India navigates a
Now
delicate
to
diplomatic
East
title
Asia.
between
the previous leader Ali
Have launched targeted
Khamenei as
airstrikes
well,
on
so
welcome
Hezbollah
back Ambassador
infrastructure.
Manish Sachet,
Firing
former diplomat
might
from
be
Lebanon.
Delhi.
The operation
I
followed
get
evacuation
information
orders
from
issued.
Ambassador
earlier,
Sachet,
but now we're
is
seeing
this time
become publicized.
for
Now,
This
according to
escalated
the
to
Texas
coordinate
standards,
their
they are described as
their
irreducible
alliance
for
to
manage
share where they stand as
the island.
war might
Star
start
Wars,
once
as we
again.
know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the Rewards for Justice program says individuals
Consistent exchange of
or
fire.
about senior IRC commanders and their affiliated networks that contact the program
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
on the Ford
Turn
network.
now to East Asia.
And yes, that is what we know.
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning over to our next story. The operation followed evacuations of approved a new government villages around
This
escalation occurs
have been allocated by the U.S. State Department for any information linking to the IRGC commanders, the top commanders, including the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei. I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there, first they said that $10 million is specifically for Mojtaba Khamenei himself, and also the U.S. has confirmed that they might be doing good, and they will consider giving refuge to U.S. reallocation and support for more information
The operation followed evacuation orders issued
that
on
can
5 towns.
be shared with them. However, this is also, they have said that
This escalation
can
occurs
be the case, but they have not said that it's 100% of all the information which is to U.S. supporting the communication of these individuals who might come up and share this information. Now, these individuals include, like I said, Mojtaba Khamenei, the Supreme Leader, as well as Ali Ashgar Hijab, the Deputy Staff Leader Office.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon
was
as
a
soon as we get that
very
information. Turn
important
now
figure
to East Asia.
of Ali Khamenei.
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure, firing southern Lebanon.
So this
The
person is
operation
also
followed
included in this
evacuation
list.
orders
Other
issued
people
on
are
5
the
towns
Secretary of
villages
Defense,
around
the Council,
multiple
and advisors to the
This
Supreme Leader,
escalation
Mojtaba
occurs
Khamenei,
in
as well as Iranian Major General Yahya Safavi. He is the Supreme Leader Office Military Advisor. Now, another military office chief of Supreme Leader Office, and also Ali Larijani is also included in this.
Consistent exchange of fire, direct challenge.
So some of our viewers might
We'll bring you
be
more on
familiar
Lebanon
with
as soon as we
him,
get
but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is the
targeted
National
airstrikes
Security Council's secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General
The
Edgar
operation followed
Gomez.
evacuation
He
orders
is
issued
the
on 5
Iranian
towns
Minister
around
of Interior, and another person we
This
also
escalation
see
occurs
making headlines
simultaneously
recently is Ismail Khatib, Minister for Culture and Security, MOIS, and also other IRC members has been also included in this. Now, a lot of media are reporting different figures, but the official figure so far seems to be
Consistent exchange of fire.
$15 million. And yes, US has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the
targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
for additional positions for without name.
The operation followed
evacuation
orders
Defense Council, the head of the Security Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Force and advisor to Iran Supreme Leader. For some of them have been
despite the diplomatic track,
official figures, some of these them were serving the previous leader,
no injuries,
as well, so
consistent exchange of fire.
it might be the case that the US was eyeing any information from them from earlier. But now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text on banner, these individuals are described as
targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
and directing different branches of the IRGC, which are, of course,
The operation followed evacuation
organized and carrying out operations. And the reward for justice program
This escalation
in Netherlands, about Norway, or about their
sweeping
diplomatic offensive in their lead and strengthening media's regulatory highs amid global geopolitical on the
Prime Minister moves first and most strategic that has stopped is the United Arab Emirates, where he
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. Turning to our next story, we head to Iran, where lawmakers have approved a new government on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
and energy prices soaring and
allocated by
Have launched targeted airstrikes on
from the UAE had taken Netherlands, the IRGC commanders, 27 commanders,
The operation followed evacuation
I will read the name after some time, but for
This
now,
escalation occurs
looking at the situation
where higher level
there,
talks with each
first they said that
are
$10
scheduled.
million
This tour comes at a defining moment with Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi having just left New Delhi after the BRICS foreign ministers meeting here, and as Vietnam gains the delegate title between
reallocation and support for
welcome back Ambassador such day diplomat that
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as
shared
we get
with
that.
them. However,
Turn
they
now
only
to
have said that they can be the case
Have
that they
launched
have not
targeted airstrikes on
India to
Hezbollah,
their alliance
support to
The operation followed evacuation
start
now these individuals, it seems like I said, Mustafa Khamenei,
This escalation
leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi, the
second
staff and leader office. This particular was a very important figure also of Ali
Consistent exchange of fire.
his father Ali Khamenei. So this person is also included in this list. Other people
We'll bring you
are
more on Lebanon
Secretary
as
of
soon as we get
Defense,
that information.
Council,
Turn now
and advisor
to
to
stage
Supreme
west.
Leader Mustafa Khamenei, as well as
Targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure.
He is the Supreme Leader Office military
The operation
advisor.
followed
Now another
evacuation
military office chief of the Supreme Leader Office, and also Ali Larijani
This
is also
escalation
included.
occurs
We have seen Ali Larijani
the second day of US
time, so some of our viewers might be familiar with him, but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani, is Chief National Security Council's Secretary and Advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Eskander Momeini. He is the
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
Minister of Interior, and another person is also named 10/9 recently,
have
it
launched
estimates
targeted airstrikes
major
on
Hezbollah
Hezbollah
in Turkey and also other Arab
The operation followed
included
evacuation
in
orders
this.
issued
Now,
in
a lot of
5
media are
towns and
reporting
villages,
different
with
figures,
ground
but
reports
the official
confirming multiple
figure so
strikes.
far is
This escalation occurs
15 million dollars, and yes, U.S. has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the U.S. Department of Security Service
systems
and
exchange of fire.
for additional positions referred without names in the banner are the Secretary of the Defense Council, the head of the Security Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Force and Advisor
Have
to
launched
Iran.
targeted airstrikes on
For some of
Hezbollah
them,
in
have
Croatia,
been
entire region of southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders
some of the
issued for 5
were
towns
serving
and
the
villages,
previous
with
year,
ground reports confirming
Khomeini as well.
This escalation
So it
occurs
seems like this might be
second day
that the US was eyeing any information from them from earlier, but now they're seeing these publicized. Now, according to the text on Saturday, are described as leaders involved in commanding and directing different commanders of the IRGC, which are, of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning,
We'll bring you
organizing,
more on Lebanon as soon as we get that
operations.
information.
And the
Turn
Rewards
now
for
to
Justice
the station
program
where
says individuals with information about these figures
have
or
launched
about
targeted
senior
airstrikes on
commanders
Hezbollah
and their
in
affiliated
Croatia,
networks and
entire
contact program
region of southern
platforms.
The operation followed evacuation
on the
orders
Tor
issued
network.
for 5
And
towns
yes, that has
ground
is
reports
what
confirming multiple strikes. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning evidence to our next story. We head to Iraq, where lawmakers have approved a new government like diplomatic track.
Yes, like we have mentioned from earlier, that $50 million have been allocated by the U.S. State Department for any information linking to the IRGC commanders, the top commanders, including the Supreme Leader, Mojtaba
We'll bring you
Khamenei.
more on Lebanon.
I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the
Have
situation there.
launched targeted airstrikes
First,
on
they said that
Hezbollah
$10 million
infrastructure.
for Mojtaba Khamenei,
Lebanon.
the Supreme
The
Leader
operation
himself,
followed evacuation
and also
orders
US has
issued
confirmed
for
that they
5
might
towns
be,
and
they
villages, with
could,
ground
and they
reports
will
confirming
consider
multiple
giving
strikes.
refuge
This
to
escalation
US
occurs
reallocation and support for information that could be that can
despite the diplomatic
be shared with them. However, this is only to have said that it can be the case, but they have not said that 100% of all
exchange of fire poses a
U.S. reporting that the allocation of Gaza and international come
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon
now,
as we get that.
individuals, including, like I said, Mojtaba Khamenei, the Supreme Leader, as well as Ali
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah in infrastructure, entire region of southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders issued for 5 towns and villages, with ground reports confirming
Prime Minister Modi's first and most strategic stop is the United Arab Emirates, where he will meet
So this person is also included in this list. Other people are Executive Defense Council and Advisor Leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, as well as
Asia,
Iranian
that has sent energy prices soaring and destabilizing
persistent
the entire
exchange
Gulf
of fire
region,
poses a
including
direct
India.
challenge.
From the
military
UAE, Modi
advisor.
will head
Now,
to the
another
Netherlands
military
from May
office
15
We'll bring you
to
more on
17,
Lebanon as soon
and
as
then
we get
Sweden
that.
also
from May 17
Ali
to 18,
Larry
and then Norway from May 18 to 19.
we have
And
Have
then
launched
includes
targeted
war in
airstrikes
Italy
on
from May
Hezbollah
19 to 20.
infrastructure.
so some of
Where
our
high-level talks
might
with each
be
country's
Lebanon.
leadership
with
are
The operation
but
followed
this
evacuation
person
has
has
defining moment
included witnessed this as well. He is Azerbaijani supreme for
This
shooting secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskandar Momeni. He is ambassador of Syria, and another person is Ismail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence and Security, and OIS, or other allies to coordinate their included in this. Their alliance
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we
share
get
where they stand and war march started once again.
have launched targeted airstrikes on
And
Hezbollah.
yes, the US has offered $50 million for any information
The operation
to
followed
senior officials and
evacuation
figures
orders
that I just read out.
and
And this was published by the US Department of
This
Security
escalation
Service
occurs
and for additional positions referred without names in the matter are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Supreme Leader's Mission Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the advisor to Iran's Supreme Leader. For some of them,
persistent exchange of fire
in
threat to challenge
official figure, some of the
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that. Turn now to
Khomeini
the
as
state.
well, so it seems like
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah The operation followed evacuation orders.
Now, according to the text on standard, individuals are described as team leaders involved in
This escalation
planning and directing different branches of the IRG. They are, of course, as we know, are responsible for planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the rewards for justice program says individuals with information about these figures or about senior IRG commanders and their
persistent
affiliated
exchange of
contact
fire
the program
poses a
division
direct challenge
messaging platform, so communication channel based on the Tor network.
We'll bring you more on
And
Lebanon as
yes,
soon as
that
we get
is what we
Turn now to East State West. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. Have launched targeted airstrikes. Next story, Hezbollah. We head to Iran, where lawmakers have approved a new government. The operation followed evacuation orders
earlier that $15 million has been allocated by the U.S. State
This
Department
escalation
for any
occurs
information linked to the IRGC commanders and top commanders, including the Supreme Leader Mustafa Khomeini. I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there, first they said that $10 million is specifically for Mustafa Khomeini, the Supreme Leader himself, and also U.S. has confirmed that they might and they will consider giving refuge to U.S. reallocation and support
targeted airstrikes on
for
Hezbollah
information that could be that can
Lebanon.
be
The operation
shared
followed
with them.
evacuation orders
This is only, they have said
for 5
that
towns and
can
villages
be
with ground
the case, but they have not said that
This escalation
100%
occurs
of all the information you need to U.S. support in the relocation of these individuals who might come up and share the information. Now, these individuals include, like I said, Mustafa Khomeini, the Supreme Leader, as well as Ali Ashrar Hijaz, the Deputy Chief of Staff and Supreme Leader Office.
exchange of fire poses a direct
Hitler
challenge.
has or was a very important figure of
Bring you
all
more on Lebanon as soon as we get
father
have launched targeted airstrikes on
So this
Hezbollah.
person is also included in this list. Other people are the Secretary of
The operation
Defense,
followed evacuation
Council,
orders
and advisor to the
Five
Supreme Leader,
towns and
Mustafa
villages with
Khomeini,
ground
as well as
confirmed.
Syrian Major General
This escalation
Abdullah
occurs
Safavi. He is the leader of the
second day
military advisor. now another military office chief of the leader office, and also Ali Larijani is also included in this. We have
No injuries were reported from the drone activity. Persistent exchange
some
of
of our
fire
viewers
causes the
might
direct
be
challenge
familiar with him, but this person has been included
you
in
more
this
on
list
Lebanon
as well.
Yes.
He is Ali Larijani, is Supreme National Security Council Secretary and Advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Nasser Momeini. He is the
The operation
of
followed evacuation
Syria, and another person who also
ground
recently is Ismail Khatib,
This
Minister of
escalation
Intelligence and Security, MOI. And also other IRGC members also included in this. Now, a lot of here are reporting different figures, but the official figure will start to be
Now, moving the focus on to India, Indian Prime
dollars,
Minister Modi
and yes, US has offered $50 million for information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the High Security Service
upheaval.
have
Prime
launched
Minister
targeted
Modi's first
airstrikes
and most
without
strategic
leads in the matter are the United Arab Emirates Defense Council, the head of
The operation followed evacuation
the Chief of Islamic Revolutionary Guard and advisor to Iran's leader.
This
For
escalation
some of
occurs
them
in
conflict in West Asia that has sent energy prices soaring and destabilizing the entire Gulf region, including India. From the UAE, we will head to the Netherlands from May 15 to 17, and then Sweden from May 17 to 18, and then Norway from May 15 to 19, and then concludes his tour in Italy from May 9.
But now we're seeing these
Where
become
high-level talks
publicized.
with
Now,
Iran
according to the
are
technical
scheduled.
individuals are described as
Final agreement with Iran's foreign minister Bassem Bagheri just left New Delhi after the British foreign minister hosting war and navigating delicate diplomatic tightrope between
The operation followed evacuation
and the Rewards for Justice program
Welcome back, Ambassador Sachdeva,
or about senior IRGC
This escalation occurs
Ambassador Sachdeva is timing and this
on the
visit
tour network.
for India to put their alliance for to
Thank you very much, Asuma,
share
for bringing us
where
that.
they stand
We're now
as
turning
the
over
war
to our
might
next
start
story.
once
We
again.
head to Iraq. Persistent exchange. Lawmakers have approved a new government with stability.
Yes, like you have mentioned Tom earlier, that
Yes.
$50 million have been allocated by the U.S. State Department for any information linked
Have
to the
launched
IRGC
targeted
commanders,
airstrikes
the
on Hezbollah,
including the leader Mojtaba Khamenei.
Lebanon.
The
The operation followed evacuation
after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there, first they said that $10 million specifically for Mojtaba Khamenei, the leader himself, and also US has confirmed that they might be, and they will consider giving refuge to the US reallocation and support for more information that could that can be shared with them. However, this is only, they have
Bring
said
you more
that
on Lebanon as soon as we get back.
the
East
that
Asian
100% of
Israeli
all the
forces
information
have launched targeted airstrikes
reporting
on
the
Hezbollah
infrastructure
infrastructure
higher
regions
up
of
and
southern
share
Lebanon.
this information.
The operation
Individuals,
followed evacuation
like I said, Mojtaba Khamenei, the Supreme Leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hejaz, Deputy Chief of Staff and Chief Leader Office. This particular has or was a very important figure also of Ali Khamenei. Moshtaba Khamenei's father. He was almost the right-hand person of his father, Ali Khamenei. So this person is also included in this list. Other people are Secretary of Defense, Council, and Advisor to the Leader, Moshtaba Khamenei, as well as Syrian Major General Yahya Rahim Safavi. He is
launched targeted airstrikes on
Hezbollah.
Hezbollah.
Now, another military office chief of the same leader office.
The operation
And
followed
also,
evacuation
Ali
orders.
Larijani is also included in this.
This escalation occurs
Time, so some of our viewers might be familiar with him, but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council Secretary and Advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskander Momeini. He is the Iranian Minister of Interior, and another person.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
Recently is Ismail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence and Security, MOIS.
Targeted
Also,
airstrikes
other
on Hezbollah
included in this. Now, a lot of people are reporting
The operation
different figures,
followed
but the
evacuation
official figure
orders to
so far is $50 million.
This
And
escalation
yes, US has offered $50 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just set out. And this was published by the US Department of Service. And for additional positions referred without names in the banner are Secretary of Defense Council, the head of the Security Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and Advisor to Round Stream Leader. For some of them have been
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure, tiring on southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders issued
Khamenei as well, so it seems like this might be
This
a
escalation
case that US would hide any information from them from earlier. But now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text on the banner, these individuals are described as team leaders involved in commanding and directing different branches of the IRGC, which are, of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the rewards for justice
bring you
program
more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
more about senior IRGC commanders and their affiliated networks and contracted
launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure, tiring on southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders issued from 5 towns. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We are now turning to our next escalation because we head to Iran, where lawmakers have approved a new government
has departed on a 6-day five-nation visit, covering the United Arab Emirates, Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, and Italy, in a sweeping departure offensive for any information linked to India's bilateral ties, commanders, but not commanders, Prime Minister was first and most strategically significant stop the name after some time for now President looking at the situation there. First, they said that $100 partnership
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure,
and also the US has
energy prices soaring and
The operation followed evacuation
considers giving refuge from the US
head to the Netherlands from May 15 to 17, and then Sweden from May 17 to 18, and then Norway from May 18 to 19. And then includes his tour in Italy from May 19 to 20. Their high-level talks with each country's leadership are scheduled. This tour comes at a defined moment when Foreign Minister Abbas Arab has just left New Delhi after the British foreign ministers meeting with and
individuals
against
like I said,
diplomatic
Mustafa
Bringing
Khomeini,
more
the
on
Supreme
Lebanon
Leader,
as soon as we
as
get
well
back.
as Ali Ashgar
Turn now
Hijazi,
to
Deputy Chief
East
of
Asian
Staff
West
Now we welcome back
and
Ambassador
Leader
Mr.
Office.
Sachdeva. He's a
Have
former
launched
diplomat.
targeted
Leader
airstrikes on
has
Hezbollah
was a
infrastructure
very
as
important
tiring
figure
Ambassador
of
Sachdeva, how important
The
is
operation followed evacuation
with
of
most of
for
the
India to coordinate their alliance for
This escalation
So this person is also included in this list. Other people are Secretary of Defense, Council, and Advisor to the Supreme Leader, Mustafa Khomeini, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya Safavi. He is the Supreme Leader Office Military Advisor. Now, another military office chief of Supreme Leader Office, and also Ali Larijani is also included in this. So we have
Turn now to East Asian launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
but
infrastructure.
this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is the National Security Council Secretary and Advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskandar Momeini. He is the Iranian Minister of Interior, and another person we
Despite the
also
diplomatic
seen headlines recently is Esmail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence and Security, MOIS, and also other IRGC commander has also included in this. Now, a lot of people are reporting different figures, but the official figure of so far
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that information. Turn now to East Asian West.
And yes, US has offered $1
launched
million
targeted
for
airstrikes
any
on
information
Hezbollah
linked to senior officials and figures that I just put out.
Lebanon.
And
The operation
this
followed
was
evacuation
published by
of
Political
5
Service
towns
and for additional positions for without names in the banner are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Supreme Leader's Mission Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and Advisor to Iran Supreme Leader. For some of them, we have
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that. Turn now to East Asian West.
The case that the US was eyeing any information
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
but now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text,
the operation followed
are
evacuation
described as
of
leaders
5
involved
towns.
commanding and directing different branches of the IRGC.
This escalation
Forces, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the Rewards for Justice program sends individuals to information about citizens or about senior IRGC standards, and they are feeding into network contact with representatives platform on the Tor network. And yes, that have is what we know so far.
We'll bring you more. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. Turn now over to our next story. We head to Iran, where lawmakers launched targeted air government Hezbollah.
Yes, like we have mentioned earlier, that $15 million
The
have
operation
been
followed
allocated by
evacuation
the
orders issued
US
by
Department for any
around
information linking
confirming
to the
multiple
IRGC
strikes.
commanders,
This
the top
escalation
commanders,
occurs
including the Supreme Leader Mustafa Khomeini. And I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there, first they said that $10 million is specifically for Mustafa Khomeini, the Supreme Leader himself, and also US has confirmed that they might be, they could, and they will consider giving refuge to the US reallocation and support for information that could be
have launched targeted
that
airstrikes
can
on Hezbollah.
shared with them. However, this is only a process that it can
The operation
be
followed evacuation
but they
orders
have not
issued
done that 100%
villages
of
with
all
ground
the
forces confirming multiple strikes.
U.S. support
This escalation occurs
all these individuals who might come up and share
second
this
day
information. Now, these individuals include, like I said, Mustafa Khamenei, the
Despite the
supreme
diplomatic
leader,
distraction,
as well as Ali Asghar Nejad, the chief of staff and supreme leader office.
no injuries were reported.
There has or was a very important figure also of Ali Khamenei. His Mustafa
Thank you very
Khamenei's
much.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that information. Turn now
father,
to
Ali
East West
Khamenei.
Asia.
So this person is also included in this
Have launched
list. Other
targeted
people
airstrikes
are
on
Secretary
Hezbollah
of
Now,
Defense,
moving the focus on to India, Indian
and
Prime
advisor
Minister
to the
Modi has
leader,
departed on
Mustafa
The
a
operation
65
followed
well as
evacuation
visit
orders
covering the
issued
United
Arab
Arab Emirates,
Yahya
the Netherlands,
Safar
Sweden,
Norway, and Italy.
in a
Leader
sweeping
of
This
diplomatic
escalation
military
occurs
advisor.
simultaneously.
Now, another military high chief of the Minister office, and also
Prime Minister Modi is first and most strategically to be the stop of the United Arab Emirates, where he will meet UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan to advance
but this person has been excluded in this list as well. He is Ali Rajali, national security and stabilizing and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Estrada Mohammed,
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah.
Minister of the Interior, and another person
Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation
is
orders
for
in Italy
five
from
Minister of
Intelligence
Intelligence and
with
Security,
ground forces
and
confirming
where
multiple
high-level talks with
also
each country
This
other
escalation
leadership
are
occurs
scheduled.
simultaneously.
This tour comes at a defining moment
a
when
lot of
Iran's
here
foreign minister Abbas Araghchi having just left New Delhi after the BRICS foreign ministers meeting here, and as India navigates a delicate
dollars, and yes,
invest.
U.S. has offered $15 million for any information
Back Ambassador
senior
Mr.
officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the U.S. Department of Service and
timing and this
Turn
visit
now
for additional additions for without names the banner are the
Have
Secretary of
launched
State
targeted airstrikes
Council,
on
the head of
Hezbollah.
share where the office as well as the banner in war might start
The operation followed evacuation orders issued
for some of them have been
Yes.
This escalation occurs simultaneously.
directly affected by the previous leader Ali Khamenei as well. So it's not this might be the case that the US will find any information for them from earlier. But now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text on banner, these individuals are described as key leaders
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we
commanding and
get that
directing
information.
different branches of the
East
IRGC.
West
Which are, of course, as we know, are responsible
Have
for the
launched
planning,
targeted airstrikes
organizing,
on
and
Hezbollah
operations. And the reward for justice program says individuals
The operation followed evacuation
or
orders
about
issued
senior
for
IRGC
5
commanders
villages
from their
around
meetings and personal contact and encrypted
This escalation occurs
communication channels on the Tor network.
the second
And yes, that has
suffered
so far.
more than 2,000
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that.
lives
We're now turning to our next story. We head to Iraq, where lawmakers have approved a new government activity, consistent exchange of fire.
Earlier that $50 million have been allocated by the U.S. State
Bring you more on
Department
Lebanon
for
as soon as
any
we get that.
information linking to the IRGC commanders, the top commanders, including
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah.
I will read the names after some time, but for now,
The operation
looking
followed
at the
evacuation
situation
orders
there.
issued for
First, they said that $10 million specifically for Moscow
This escalation occurs
leader himself, and also U.S. has confirmed that they might be, they could and they will consider giving refuge to U.S. reallocation and support for more information that can be shared with them. However, they have said that it can be the case, but they have not said 100% of all the information we need. U.S. supporting the relocation of these individuals right
launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah.
Now, these individuals include, like I said, Moscow Khamenei, the supreme leader,
The operation
as well
followed
as
evacuation
Ali Ashtar, the deputy superstar staff and state office. Particular had or was a very important figure also of Ali Khamenei. He's his father Ali Khamenei. So this person is also included in this list. Other people are the Secretary of Defense, the Council, and advisor to the Supreme Leader, Mustafa Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya Safavi. He is the leader of the military advisor. Now, another military office was the leader office, and also Ali Larijani is also included.
The operation followed evacuation orders to 5 towns and villages with ground troops confirmed. This escalation
with him, but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council Secretary and Advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskander Momeini. He is the Iranian Minister of Interior, and another person also recently is Ismail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence and Security, MOIS. And also other IRGC has been also included in
launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah in
so far
Lebanon.
to be
The operation followed evacuation
$15
orders
million,
to 5
and
towns
yes,
with
U.S. has offered $15 million for any
This
information
escalation
linked to senior officials and figures that I just asked. And this was published by the U.S. Department of Security Service, and for additional positions report without names in the matter are the Supreme Council, the head of the Senior Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief for Civil Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and advisor to Iran Supreme For some of them,
Six-day nation visit. Covering United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, and Italy.
launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure. The operation followed evacuation
Prime Minister Modi's first and most strategic move was to stop the United Arab Emirates, where he earlier
but now we're changing competency of Now, according to the technical planners, individuals are described as the 2 years involved on the landing and direct rescue plans
that has sent energy prices soaring and destabilizing the entire Gulf region, including India. From the UAE, Modi will head to the Netherlands from May 15th to 17th, and then Sweden from May 17th to 18th, and then
bring you more
Norway
on Lebanon as soon as
from
we get that.
and then concludes his tour in Italy from May 19th to 20th, where high-level
Targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure.
This tour comes at a defining moment with Iran's
Thank you very much, Asuma, for
for
bringing us that evacuation.
New Delhi after the British
To
foreign
our next
minister
story,
meeting here,
head
and
to
as
around
India navigates the
lawmakers have
delicate
approved a
diplomatic
new
tightrope
government. This escalation occurs
east and west.
Like you have mentioned, Tom, earlier, that $15 million has been allocated by the U.S. State Department for any information linked to the IRGC commanders and top commanders
Is this timing and
these
visit
supreme leader for media to
I will read the names of their alliance,
but for now,
share where they stand.
situation there.
War might
We'll bring you more
First,
on
they said
Lebanon
that
as soon as we
$10
get
million
back.
should
Turn now to the stage
itself, and also
have
the
launched
West has
targeted
said that
airstrikes
might
on
be,
Hezbollah
they could
infrastructure
and they
in
will
the
consider giving refuge
Lebanon.
to U.S.
The operation followed evacuation
and
orders
support
issued
for
five towns
more
and villages,
information
with
that
ground reports
could be
confirming multiple strikes.
that can
This escalation
be
occurs
shared with them. However, this is only, they have said that
second day
it can
of
be the case, but they have not said that it's
Despite the diplomatic
100%
track,
of all
Prime Minister will
several U.S. support in the relocation of these individuals might come up and share this information. Now, these individuals include, like I said, Mustafa Khamenei, the supreme leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi, deputy
We'll bring you
chief
more on
of staff
Lebanon as
and
soon as we get
supreme
back.
leader office.
Turn
This
now to the
leader
stage.
has or was a very
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure in the entire region of southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders issued for 5 towns.
So this person is also included in this list. Other people are
escalation
Secretary of Defense Council and Advisor to the Supreme Leader Mustafa Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya Khalifa. He is the Supreme Leader Office Military Advisor. Now another Military Office Chief of Supreme Leader Office, and also Ali Larijani is also included in this. We have seen Ali Larijani.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that
So some of our
Turn now
viewers
to the
might
stage.
be familiar with him, but this
Have
person has
launched targeted airstrikes on
this list as
Hezbollah
well. He
infrastructure
is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council's
The
secretary
operation
and
followed
advisor.
evacuation
Now
orders
another person is Brigadier General Eskander Momeini.
This escalation occurs
Minister of Interior, and another person
the second day of
recently is Ismail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence and Security, MOIS, and also other IRGC that has also included in this. Now, authorities here are reporting different figures, but no official figure so far seems to be $15 million.
We'll bring you more
And
on
yes, the U.S. has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the U.S. Department of Security Service.
The operation
And
followed evacuation orders
for additional positions referred without names in the banner are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Supreme Leader's Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and advisors to the Supreme Leader. For some of them have been in same official figures. Some of these workers in the previous leader,
exchange of fire poses
Khamenei as well, so it seems like this might
bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get
provide any information from earlier. But now we're seeing these become
launched targeted airstrikes
now,
on
according to the
Hezbollah
text on banner, these
infrastructure
individuals are described as leaders of
Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation
of the IRGC, which are, of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning,
This
organizing, and
escalation
carrying out operations. And the reward for justice program says information about these figures or about senior IRGC commanders, their affiliated networks and contact the program through encrypted messaging platforms or through communication channel based on the Tor network. And yes, that has what
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning over to bring you more story on Lebanon as soon as we head to Iraq, where lawmakers have approved a new government.
Yes, like we have mentioned,
Have launched targeted airstrikes
$1 million
Hezbollah
have been allocated by the state's U.S. State Department for
The operation followed evacuation
to the IRGC commanders, the top commanders, including the Supreme Leader Mustafa Khamenei.
This escalation
I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there, first they said that $10 million to India, Indian Prime Minister Modi has departed on a 65 nation visit, covering United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, and they will consider giving refuge offensive aimed at reallocation Indian support for that Prime Minister Modi's first and most strategically shared with stop is the United Arab Emirates,
targeted
where he
airstrikes
will meet Great President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan to discuss the India-UAE
The operation followed evacuation orders
crucially to U.S. reporting on the raging conflict in West Asia that has sent energy prices soaring and destabilizing individuals,
like I said, Mustafa Khamenei
from the UAE as well as Ali Ashgar
Hezbollah,
May 15 to 17, and then Sweden from May 17 to 18, and then Norway from May 18 to 19, and then countries for Italy from May 9 to 20, where high-level talks with each country's leadership are scheduled. This tour comes at a defining moment in regional foreign
so this person is also stated in New Delhi. Other people are meeting the Security Defense Council and
targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure,
as well as Iranian Major General
Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders issued
leader of the Delhi military advisor. Now another military officer
This escalation
office and also Aliraj is Larijani to coordinate we have seen
their alliance or
Despite the
to
diplomatic
share where they stand as the war might start once again.
but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council Secretary and Advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskandar Momeini.
Turn now to the
Iranian Minister of Interior and
targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure.
recently is Ismail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence
The operation followed evacuation orders
and
issued
also
by
other
the
measures have been
ground
included in this. Now, a lot
This
of
escalation
reporting different figures, but so far
the second day of US
$15 million. And yes, US has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the US Department of Security Service for additional positions. So without names in the banner are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Supreme Leader's Major Office, as well as the
launched targeted airstrikes
Economic,
on Hezbollah
Guard Corps
infrastructure
and advisor to Iran's leader. For some of
The
them
operation
have
followed evacuation orders issued from 5 towns with ground confirming multiple strikes. This escalation occurred
the previous leader, Ali Khamenei as well, so it seems like this might be
Despite the diplomatic
that US was eyeing any information from them from earlier, but now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text on banners, are described as leaders commanding and directing different branches of the IRGC.
bringing more on
Of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the reward for
targeted
justice
airstrikes
program
on
says it will
Hezbollah
or about senior IRGC commanders.
The operation followed evacuation orders issued from 5
platforms and communication channel with on the core network.
This escalation
And yes, that's
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning over to our next story. We head to Iraq, where lawmakers have approved a new government.
Yes, like you have mentioned earlier, that $15 million has been allocated by the U.S. State Department for any information linking to the IRGC commanders and top commanders, including peace team leader Mustafa Khamenei. And I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there. First, they said that
the operation followed evacuation
for Mustafa Khamenei himself, and also U.S. has confirmed that they could and they will consider giving refuge to U.S. reallocation and support for information that can be shared with them. However, this is only, they have said that it can be the case, but they have not said that 100% of all the information that leads to U.S. supporting
on Lebanon as soon as we get that
of these individuals who might come and share this information. Now, these individuals include, like I said, Mustafa Khamenei, the supreme leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi, deputy chief of staff and
the operation followed
office.
evacuation orders issued for
Has or was a very important figure of
this escalation occurs
Ali Khamenei. He's Mustafa Khamenei's late father. He was the right-wing person of his father, Ali Khamenei. So this person is also included in this list. Other people are the Secretary of Defense Council and advisor to the Supreme Leader, Mustafa Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya Safawi. He is the Supreme Leader of the military advisor. Now, another military office, chief of Supreme Leader office, and also Ali Rajani is also
Hezbollah infrastructure the operation followed evacuation
but this person has been demoted
This
as
escalation
well. He is Ali Rajani, is the National Security Council Secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskandar Momeni. He is Global Minister of Interior, and another
first and most strategically significant stop is tonight,
Ismail
where he will meet Great President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed to
We'll bring you more
other
on
Iron
Lebanon as soon as we get that.
partnership
Turn
and
now
virtually to
Now,
on the raging conflict in West Asia.
have launched targeted
Prices
airstrikes
soaring and
Hezbollah
stabilizing the entire Gulf region.
higher
$1
region
million,
Lebanon.
and
The operation
yes,
followed
has offered
evacuation
$1 million for
Seven
information,
and then they needed
some officials and figures that I just pulled out.
This escalation
And this was published by the Department of Security Service and
Where high level
for additional positions for Gaddafi and the batter
this
are
concept at a defining moment as the Council forming the head of Iraq to have just left New Delhi after the great storm in Islamic meeting refuge and as well as navigate rather than Iran's potential
for some of
East and
them
West.
have been in these
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we
Ambassador
get
Mahdi
that.
Sachdeh is
Turn now to East Asian
that were
states.
serving
Thank you very much,
previous
Ambassador
leader
Sachdeh, for
Ali
staying with
Have
us.
launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure higher region
For
southern
India
Lebanon.
to coordinate
The operation
their,
followed evacuation
their
orders
alliance
from
for
earlier, but now we're
where they stand
publicized. Now,
This
our
escalation
20 accounts on banner, these individuals are described as Mr. they're
the second day
commanding and directing different branches of the IRGC.
Yes.
Which are, of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the rewards for justice programs as individuals information about dictators or about senior IRGC commanders and their affiliated networks may contact the program to
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
on the board network. And yes, that's what
Have launched targeted airstrikes. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. The story. The operation followed evacuation makers have approved a new government.
Earlier that $15 million have been allocated by the U.S. State's Department for any information linking to the IRGC commanders, the top commanders, including the Supreme Leader Mustafa Khamenei. I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the information there. First, they said that $10 million is specifically for
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
himself, and also the US has confirmed that they might be a good push, and they will consider
targeted
giving
airstrikes
refuge
on
to
Hezbollah.
US reallocation and support for more
The operation followed evacuation orders issued
shared with them. However, this is only, they have said
This
that
escalation
it can
occurs
be the case, but they have not said that
second day
of US support the
diplomatic track.
of these individuals right come up and share the information. Now, these individuals, like I said, Mustafa Khamenei, the Supreme Leader, as well as Ali Ashraf Nejad, the Staff and Supreme Leader Office. So this
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
important figure of Ali Khamenei.
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure in the entire Lebanon.
So this person is also included in this list. Other people are the Secretary of Defense, the Council, and advisor to the Supreme Leader, Mustafa Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya Rahim Safavi. He is the Supreme Leader Office Military Advisor. Now, another military office chief of the Supreme Leader Office, and also Ali Larijani is also involved in this. So some of our viewers might
Bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is the national security secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General
The operation
Escalder
followed
Momain,
evacuation orders issued
Minister of Interior, and another person
This escalation occurs
headlines recently is Ismail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence and Security, MOIS. And also other IRGC has been also included in this. Now, a lot of media are reporting different figures, but the official figure so far is $15 million. And yes, the US has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just asked. And this was published by the
targeted
Department of
airstrikes on
Security
Hezbollah
Service
infrastructure
for additional positions for Gaddafi,
The operation
the banner,
followed
our
evacuation
Secretary of
orders
State
issued
Defense Council, the head of the Supreme Office, as well as the commander-in-chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and advisor to Iran's Supreme Leader. For some of them have been in them were serving the previous leader,
no injuries
Khamenei as well, so it seems like
exchange of fire poses
you very much,
direct
Ambassador
challenge
Sutton,
to the
for
stability.
sharing that type of insight with us
from
on
them
homosexual.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon
but
as
now
we
we're
get
seeing
back.
an
an
international
become
Turn now
to stay with us as
East
we'll
Asian
Now,
state.
according to the
Now,
tension
I'm
banner,
going to focus on the
individuals are
indirect
Have
described
launched
as
targeted airstrikes
has
on
departed
Hezbollah
6 days
infrastructure.
after visit, covering the United Arab Emirates,
Lebanon.
the Netherlands,
The operation followed evacuation
for the
orders
plan
sweeping
organizing
defensive
and carrying out
aimed at
operations.
strengthening India's
And the
bilateral
reward
ties
for justice
amid
program
This
with
escalation
global
occurs
geopolitical
simultaneously.
Prime Minister Modi's
Catherine's
first and most strategic police in the Middle East stop is the United Arab Emirates, where he will meet UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan to advance and yes, that has partnership to exchange views on
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that.
has sent energy prices soaring
Story.
and
We head
destabilizing
to
the
Iran,
entire Gulf
where
region,
lawmakers have approved a new government
From
on
UAE,
Lebanon as
Modi
soon as we
will
get
head
back.
to the Netherlands
Turn
from
now
May 15
East
to
Asian
17, and then Sweden from May 17
by
to
Have launched
18,
targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure.
and then concludes its tour in Syria from the
Lebanon. The operation followed
their high
evacuation
level
orders
leader,
issued
most
each
of
on the
us
leadership are
and
scheduled.
I will
with ground
Restore
the
comes
names
at a
after
defining
some
moment
time,
with
but
Iran
for
This
now,
escalation
Abbas
occurs
Araghchi having just
at
left
the
New
situation
Delhi
there.
after the BRICS foreign ministers
First, they
meeting,
said that
and as India navigates a delicate diplomatic tightrope
Despite
between
diplomatic
East and
track
West.
itself, and also the US has confirmed that they might
Welcome back, Ambassador
could
Such
and they will consider giving refuge to US reallocation and support for information that could be
visit for
bring you
Canada
more
to
on Lebanon
coordinate
as soon as we
their
get
them. However,
Turn
their
now
alliance
they have said that it can
share where they stand
Have
as
launched targeted airstrikes
Start
on
once
Hezbollah infrastructure. Entire Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders issued by ground
Now, these
with ground
individuals, like I said, Mustafa Khamenei,
This
the
escalation
leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hejaz, Deputy Chief of Staff and leader of
Washington.
particular had or was a very important figure of Ali Khamenei,
From
almost the right
persistent
person
exchange
of
of fire
his
poses
father,
a direct
Ali
challenge
Khamenei.
to the
So
stability.
this person is also included in this list. Other people
We'll bring you
are
more on
the
Lebanon as
Secretary
soon
of
as we get that
Defense,
information.
Council,
Turn now
and advisor
East
to the
Asian
Supreme
state.
Leader, Mustafa Khamenei, as well as
Have launched
Iranian
targeted
Major General
airstrikes on
Yahya
Hezbollah
Safavi.
infrastructure.
He is
Entire
the Supreme Leader of
southern
this
Lebanon.
military
The
advisor.
operation followed
Now, another
evacuation
military
orders
office
issued
chief
for
of Supreme Leader office,
with
and
ground
also Ali
airstrikes.
Larijani
This
is also
escalation occurs
included in this. So Ali
Efforts
Larijani
the second US
so some of our viewers might be
Despite the
familiar
diplomatic
with
track,
him, but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council Secretary and Advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Eskander Momeini. He is
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get
Minister
that.
of Interior, and another person
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure. The operation followed evacuation orders issued
Now,
for five
media are
towns and
reporting
villages
different
with ground
figures, but the
control.
official figure so far
This
is
escalation occurs simultaneously.
$15 million,
The second
and
day,
yes, US has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by US Department of Security Service,
persistent
and
exchange of
for additional positions report without names in the banner are the Secretary of Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Secretary Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Force and advisors on
targeted airstrikes
for some of them have
The operation followed evacuation
some of
to
these
villages with ground troops confirming
Khomeini as well.
This escalation
Sounds like this might be the case that the US was eyeing any information from them from earlier, but now we're seeing these come to sight. Now, according to the text of the banner, these individuals are described as key leaders involved in commanding and directing different branches of the IRGC, which are, of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the Reward for Justice program has individuals to information about these figures or about
targeted airstrikes on
commanders
Hezbollah
and their affiliated networks in contact with
southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation
on the four network, and yes, that is what we know so far.
This escalation. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. Now turning over to our next story, as we head to Iran, where lawmakers have approved a new government by the diplomatic track.
Yes, like we also from earlier, that $50 million has been allocated by the U.S. State Department for any information linking to the IRGC commanders, the top commanders, including the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khomeini. And I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there.
Targeted airstrikes.
First, they said that $1 million
Entire region
for
of southern
Mojtaba
Lebanon.
Khomeini,
The operation followed evacuation
and also US has confirmed that they might be, they could and they will consider giving refuge
This escalation
to US reallocation and support for more information that could be that can be shared with them. However, this is only, they have said that now we move on to Gaza. The case where they have not said that 100%
Now, moving to focus on India, Indian Prime Minister Modi has departed on a 6-day foreign nation visit, covering the United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands, and now this individual includes, like I said, Sweden, as well as Ali Asghar
Targeted airstrikes on
staff in Colombia office. Prime Minister Modi's first and most strategical
The operation followed evacuation
Emirates, where he will meet great President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan to advance
This escalation occurs
strategic partnerships and crucially to exchange views on the
So this person is also included in this list. Other people are
and stabilize the entire Gulf
Council and advisor
From the UAE, Modi will head to the Netherlands from May 15th to 17th, and then Sweden from May 17th to 18th, and then Norway from May 18th to 19th.
Now another military office in
bring you
from
more on
the
Lebanon as soon as
office
we get that.
and also
Their high-level
Ali
Larija leadership are scheduled in this. This will come as a defining
targeted
moment with
airstrikes
Iran's
on
Foreign Minister Abbas
Hezbollah.
Araghchi having just left New Delhi after the BRICS Foreign Minister speaking here
The operation
but
followed
this
evacuation
person has been included in his list as well. He is Ali Larija, is Supreme National Security Council Secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskandar Momeini. He is the Arctic Sector of Interior and another India to coordinate their alliance war to please share where they stand as or might also start wars again. Has been also included in this. Now,
Bringing more
among
on Lebanon as soon as we get
different
that.
figures, but the figure
Yes,
so far is
in the UAE.
have launched targeted airstrikes on
and
Hezbollah
yes,
infrastructure
US has offered $50 million for any information
The operation
linked to
followed
senior officials
evacuation
and figures
orders
that I just
issued
read
in
out.
5 towns
And
with
this
ground
was
reports confirming
published by the
multiple
US
strikes.
Department of
This
Interior
escalation occurs
Service
simultaneously
for additional positions reported without names in the banner are the Secretary of the Defense Council, the head of the Supreme Leader's Secret Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and Advisor to Iran's Supreme Leader. For some of them have a lead in the same official figure. Some of these
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that information. Turn now to the
as well, so it seems like
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure, tiring on southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders issued.
Now, according to the text on banner, individuals are described as leaders involved
This escalation occurs
landing and directing different branches of the IRGC sector. Force, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the Reward for Justice program says individuals with information about these figures or about senior IRGC commanders and their affiliated networks may contact the program through encrypted messaging platforms or through communication channel based on the Tor network.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
Is what
Turn now to the state. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. Have launched targeted airstrikes. Next story, Hezbollah. We head to Iran. Lawmakers have approved a new government. The operation followed evacuation orders
earlier that $50 million have been allocated by the U.S. State
This
Department
escalation
for
occurs
any information linked to the IRGC commanders and top commanders, including the state leader for the Khamenei. And I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there. First, they said that $10 million for Moshtaba Khamenei, the Supreme Leader himself, and also U.S. has confirmed that they might they will consider giving refuge to U.S. reallocation
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure, tiring on southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders issued
They
from
have
5
said that
towns
it
and
can
villages with
be
ground
the case, but they have not said that
This escalation
100% of all the information related to U.S. supporting the relocation of these individuals who might come up and share this information. Now, these individuals like I said, Moshtaba Khamenei, the Supreme Leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi, Deputy Chief of Staff and Supreme Leader Office. In particular, has or was a very important figure of
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that information. Turn now to the state. Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah.
So this person is also included in this list. Other people are Secretary
The
of
operation
Defense
followed evacuation orders
and advisor to the Supreme Leader, Moshtaba Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major General
This escalation occurs simultaneously.
He is the Supreme Leader of the Military Advisor. Now, another military office chief of Supreme Leader Office, and also Ali Larijani is also included in this. We have seen
No injuries were recorded from the drone activity. Consistent exchange of fire poses a direct
be
challenge.
familiar with him, but this person has been
We'll bring you
included
more
in
on
this list
Lebanon as
as
soon
well.
as we get that
He is
information.
Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council's secretary and advisor.
Have
Now
launched
another
targeted
person is
airstrikes
Brigadier General
Hezbollah
Eskander
infrastructure,
Momeini. He
tiring
is
on
the
southern Lebanon.
Iranian
The operation
Minister
followed
of
evacuation
Interior and another person
of
with
ground
is exploitative.
This escalation
After
occurs
the
Gaza
is
and international
MOIS.
destabilizes
Also, other
Now, we're going to focus on India. Indian Prime Minister
Now,
Modi has departed on a 6-day 5-nation visit, covering the United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, and Italy. In a sweeping diplomatic offensive,
yes, US has offered $15 for any information linked to senior officials
Prime
and
Minister
figures
Modi
that I
first
just
and
asked.
strategic
And this was published by
where he will
the
meet UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al
have launched
Nahyan
for
targeted
to
airstrikes
position
on
for
Hezbollah
Saudi in the pattern are
partnership, crucially to exchange views on the raging
The operation
conflict in
followed
West Asia.
evacuation
It has sent energy prices soaring and destabilizing the whole Gulf region, including India.
This
From here,
escalation
Modi
occurs
will head to the Netherlands from May 15th to 17th, and then Sweden from May 17th to 18th, and then Norway from May 18th to 19th, and then concludes his tour in May from May 19th to 20th, where high-level talks with Egypt's leadership are said. This will come at a defining moment with Foreign Minister
but now we're
just left New Delhi after the BRICS forum.
bring you
Now,
more
according
on
to the
Lebanon.
Pentagon standard,
navigates
are
the
described as
tigers
between
East and West.
interacting different
Have
branches
launched
of the
targeted
island,
airstrikes
Welcome
on
back,
Hezbollah.
as we know,
Such days
are responsible
Higher
for the plans,
southern
organizing
Lebanon.
and carrying
The
out
operation
operations.
followed evacuation
And the reward for such a program is information about Canada's visit or about senior Iron
This escalation occurs
with their
their alliance for
second day of
share where they stand as
on the
war
tour
might
network.
start
Despite the
once
diplomatic
again.
Yes,
track,
that
it
have
reported
is what we
several
know so far.
explosive drones entering. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning over to our next story. We head to Iran, where lawmakers have approved a new government stability.
Yes, like we have mentioned earlier, that
We'll bring you more on
$50
Lebanon
have been allocated by the U.S. State Department for any information linking
Have launched
the Iron
targeted airstrikes
commanders,
on Hezbollah
including the
retiring
leader Mustafa Khamenei. And
The
I will
operation followed
read the
evacuation
names
of
after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there.
This
First, they
escalation
said that
occurs
$10 million was specifically for Mustafa Khamenei, the leader himself. And also, U.S. has confirmed that they might be, they could, and they will consider giving refuge to U.S. reallocation and support for more information that could be that can be shared with them. However, this is only
bring you more on
that
Lebanon as soon as we get
the
that.
case
Turn
that they
now
have not
to East Asia,
done
West
100%
Israeli
of the information
have launched
received
targeted
to
airstrikes
supporting
on
the
Hezbollah
relocation
infrastructure
of
in the
individuals
entire
who
region
come up
of
and
southern
share.
Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation of
Like I said,
institutes
Mustafa
in
Khamenei,
five
the
towns
supreme leader,
with
as well as Ali Asghar Hijaz, chief of
This
staff,
escalation
staff
occurs
and
as
supreme leader office. So this particular has or was a very important figure of also
Despite the diplomatic track,
Ali Khamenei.
several
Mustafa Khamenei's father, he was almost the right person of his father, Ali Khamenei. So this person is also included in this list. Other people are Secretary of Defense, Council, and advisors.
we'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
As well as Iranian Major General Yahya Raid Saifab. He is
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah.
advisor. Now, another military office chief of the leader
The
office.
operation
And
followed
also,
evacuation of
Ali Larjah is also in
ground.
we have seen Ali Larjah
This escalation occurs
so some of our viewers course, might be familiar with him, but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Rashadi, is Supreme National Security Council Secretary and Advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskandar Momeini. He is the Iranian Minister of Interior, and another person
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
is Ismail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence and Security,
Have launched targeted airstrikes on
other
Hezbollah infrastructure.
Now,
Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders
$50 million, and yes, U.S. has offered $50 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the U.S. Department of Security Service, and for additional positions for without names in the matter are the Secretary and Council, the head of the Senior Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that
and advisor to Iran's supreme leader. For some of them
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure entirely on southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders
Khomeini as well, so it seems like this might be
This escalation
that the U.S. was eyeing any information from them from earlier, but now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text banner, these individuals are described as security involved in commanding and directing different branches of the IRGC, which are, of course, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the rewards for justice program says individuals use information about these figures or about senior IRGC commanders, and they are affiliated with
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. This escalation occurs as we head to Iraq, where lawmakers have approved a new government today in U.S.
strengthening India's bilateral ties that amid the ongoing global
have been allocated
Prime Minister Modi's first and most strategically
for
significant
any
stop is
information
linked to Arab
energy
efforts,
IRGC
where he
commanders,
will
security commanders, including the Supreme Leader Mustafa Khomeini. I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there.
Energy prices soaring
First, they
and
said that
stabilizing Gulf region
have launched targeted airstrikes
from
on
the UAE
Hezbollah
will head to the
south,
Netherlands
and also
from
from
May
West
15th
from
to
that they
7th,
might be
and then
The operation followed evacuation
consider
orders
giving
rest
May
on May 18th to
US
19th,
reallocation
and then completes his tour in Italy from
This escalation
for
occurs
implementing
that
where high-level talks
that
with each leadership are
can
scheduled.
be shared with
This
them.
tour comes at a defining moment with Iran's Prime Minister Abbas Araghchi having just left New Delhi after the BRICS Forum last meeting here, and as he navigates the delicate diplomatic tightrope
US
between
supporting the
East and West.
assistant exchange of fire.
Welcome back, Ambassador.
Now, these individuals include, like I said, Mustafa
bring you more
Khomeini,
on
the
Lebanon
supreme
as soon
leader,
as we get
as well
that.
as Ali Ashar Hijazi,
Ambassador Satchi, how important
staff
is
and
this
supreme
time
leader
and
office
this visit
Have launched
for
targeted
India
airstrikes
to
on
coordinate
Hezbollah
their alliance or
southern Lebanon. The
share where
operation
they
followed
stand
evacuation
as
war
might
orders
start once again.
villages with ground
person
confirming
of his
multiple
father, Ali.
This escalation
So this person is also included in this list. Other people are Secretary of Defense, Council, and Advisor to the Leader, Mustafa Khomeini, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya Rabin Safavi. He is the Supreme Leader Office Military Advisor. Now, another Military Office Chief of Supreme Leader Office, and also Ali
We'll bring you
Larijani
more
is
on
also
Lebanon as soon as we get there.
included in this.
We turn now to East Asia West.
So some of
Have
our
launched
viewers
targeted airstrikes
might be
on
familiar
Hezbollah
with him,
infrastructure.
but this person has been included in this list as
The
well.
operation
He
followed
is Ali
evacuation
Larijani, is Supreme National Security Council's Secretary and Advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskandar Momeini. He is the Iranian Minister of Interior, and another person is also
diplomatic track.
making headlines recently is Esmail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence and Security, MOIS, and also other IRG commander has been also included in this. Now, a lot of media are reporting different figures, but the official figure so
We'll
far
bring you
is
more on Lebanon as soon as we get there.
$3 billion, and yes, US has offered $2 billion for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just said out. And
The operation
this
followed
was
evacuation
published by the
of
US Department of Foreign Service, and for additional positions, but without names in the matter are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Supreme Leadership Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Force and advisor to Iran's supreme leader. For some of them have been them were serving the previous leader, Ali Khamenei,
We'll bring you
as
more
well.
on
So
Lebanon
it
as soon as
looks
we get
like
that information. Turn
this
now to
might
East
be
Asia
the
West.
case that US would find any information
Have
from
launched
them
targeted
from
airstrikes
earlier, but now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text
The
of
operation
standard,
followed
individuals are
evacuation
described as
orders
leaders
to
involved
five towns
commanding and directing different branches of the IRGC.
This
Which are, of
escalation
course, as we know, are responsible for the plan, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the rewards for justice program says if you post information about these figures or about senior IRGC commanders and their affiliated in the program on the Tor network, and yes, that have
We'll bring you more on. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. Turn now over to our next story. We head to Iraq, where lawmakers have targeted air government Hezbollah infrastructure.
like you have mentioned earlier, that $10
The operation followed evacuation of five towns
for
villages
any
with ground
information
units
linked
confirming
to the IRGC commanders,
This escalation
commanders,
occurs
including the Supreme Leader Mustafa Khamenei. I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there, first they said that $10 million is for Mustafa Khamenei, the Supreme Leader himself, and also the US has confirmed that they might be, they could, and they will consider giving refuge in the US reallocation and support for information that could be
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah.
shared with them. However, this is only, they have said that we can
The operation followed evacuation
but they have not said that 100% of all the information with US support implementation of individuals might come up and share information. Now these individuals include, like I said, Mustafa Khamenei, the Supreme Leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi, Deputy Chief of Staff and Supreme Leader Office. Was a very important figure of
Now we move on to Gaza and international focus. Do stay with us as
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as
Now,
soon as we
moving
get
our
that.
focus on to India, Indian Prime Minister
father
Modi has departed on a
So this
6-day
person
private
is also
visit.
included in
Have
this
launched
list. Other
targeted
than
airstrikes
both are
in Netherlands,
Hezbollah
Sweden, Norway, and Italy in a
and
sweeping
advisors
strategic
to the
offensive
leader,
aimed
The
at
operation
strengthening
followed
Israel's
evacuation
Iranian
ties made Director General Global
Prime Minister Modi's first and most
This
strategic
escalation
reason
has
to stop using
now another military
where
office
he
of
UAE
the
President
office
Sheikh
and also Ali Larijani operations in this partnership
crucially to exchange views on the raging conflict in West Asia and energy prices soaring and destabilizing
but this person has been
from the UAE
as well.
had to
He
the
is Ali
Netherlands from
Larijani,
May
is Supreme
15
National
Bring you
Security
more on
Council
and then
Lebanon.
Secretary
and
from May
advisor.
17
Now another person is Brigadier General Iskander Mohamed,
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
Minister of
We're
Interior,
hiring
and another person is
Lebanon. The operation followed
Four
evacuation
intensifying
orders
Ismail
issued
with Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi having just left New Delhi after the BRICS foreign ministers
This escalation
and
occurs
as India navigates a
included
delicate
in
diplomatic
Now,
title
a lot of
between
media
East
report
and West.
different figures, but the official figure so far
Now we
is
welcome back Ambassador Mahmoud Sajdev, he's a former diplomat,
$50 million,
Delhi.
and yes, the U.S. has offered $50 million for any information leaked to senior officials and figures that I just read out.
to coordinate
And
their
this was published by
alliance
with the
for
Bring you more on
Department
Lebanon as soon as we
Service
can.
stand as
Turn now
the
for
war
additional
State.
positions
once
referred
again.
without names in the pattern are the
Have launched targeted airstrikes
Council,
on Hezbollah
office as well as the pattern
The operation followed evacuation orders issued
for some of them have
with ground
agreed in
This escalation occurs simultaneously efforts the second phase US
previous leader Ali Khamenei as well, so it seems like this might be the case that US eyeing from them from earlier, but now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text on banner, these individuals are described as key leaders
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we
commanding and
can.
directing different branches
Turn
of
now
the
to
IRGC,
station
which
west.
are, of course, as we know, are responsible for
Launched
the
targeted airstrikes
organizing
on
and carrying out
Hezbollah
operations.
infrastructure.
And the reward for justice program says individuals
The operation followed evacuation
or about senior IRGC
five
commanders and their affiliated
ground
with the contractor program
This escalation occurs simultaneously
on the core network.
the second
And
phase.
yes, that has been what we know so far.
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning over to our next story. We head to Iraq, where lawmakers have approved a new government consistent exchange of fire.
Earlier that $15 million have been allocated by the U.S.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon
for
as
any
soon as we can.
information linked
Turn
to
now
the IRGC commanders, the top commanders, including
have
the
launched
leader
targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah.
I will read the names after some time, but for now,
The operation
looking
followed
at the
evacuation
situation
orders
there.
issued for five
First, they
towns
said that $10 million
ground
is
confirming
specifically for Mujtaba
This
Khamenei,
escalation
the extreme leader himself, and also U.S. has confirmed that they might be good and they will consider giving refuge to U.S. reallocation and support for more information that could be shared with them. However, this is also they have said that this can be the case that they have not
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that
all the information
Turn now to
U.S. supporting the relocation of individuals
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
individuals, like I said, Mujtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader,
The operation
as well
followed
as Ali
evacuation
Asghar
orders
Hijazi,
issued
deputy chief of
five
staff
towns
and
with
supreme
ground
leader office.
confirming
This escalation
was a very important figure of also of ISIS. Is
Despite the diplomatic track,
the right-wing person also his father so this person is also included in this list. Other people are the Secretary of Defense
consistent exchange of
Council
fire
and
poses
advisor to
challenges.
Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya Safavi. He is the Supreme Leader of its military advisors. Now, another military
targeted
officer
airstrikes
of
on
the Supreme Leader
Hezbollah
office,
infrastructure
and also Ali Larijani is
Lebanon.
also
The operation
this.
followed evacuation orders issued in 5 towns and villages with ground
So some of our viewers might
This escalation
familiar with him, but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council Secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Eskander Momeini.
no
He is
injuries
the
from
Iranian Minister of Interior, and another person who also making headlines recently is Esmail
We'll bring you
Khatib,
more on
Minister of
Lebanon as
Intelligence
soon as we
and
get that
Security
information.
and IF. And also other IRG people have been also included
Have
in
launched
this.
targeted
Now, a
airstrikes
lot
on
of people are
Hezbollah
reporting different
infrastructure
figures, but the
entire
official
region
figure of
of
so far
southern
is
Lebanon.
to be
The operation followed evacuation orders
$15
issued
million,
in 5 towns
and yes, US has offered $15 million for any
This escalation
information
occurs
linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out.
second day
And this was published by the US Department of Security Service, and for additional positions referred without names in the pattern are the Secretary of Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Security Office, as well as the Commander in Emirates, Netherlands, Revolutionary Guard Base, and advisor to Iran Supreme Leader. For some of them to have a weak ties on the same geopolitical upheaval. Prime Minister
targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure
Khamenei as well.
The operation followed evacuation orders issued in 5
but now we're seeing the energy prices soar. Now, of course, stabilized banner are described as leaders from the UAE demanding and directing different terms
from May 15th to 17th, and then Sweden from May 17th to 18th, and then Norway from May 18th to 19th, and then concludes his tour in Italy from May 19th to 20th.
Information about these
Their high-level
or
talks
about
with
the
each
iron
bring you
leadership
more on
are
Lebanon as soon
scheduled.
as we get that
This tour comes at a defining moment with Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi having just left New Delhi after the
targeted
foreign ministers
airstrikes
meeting
on
him,
Hezbollah
and as he navigates a delicate diplomatic tightrope
southern
between
Lebanon.
Thank you very much,
The
Asuma,
operation
for bringing us
followed
that.
evacuation now turning over to our next
Welcome back,
story.
Ambassador.
We head to Iran,
Sunday, please
where
be
lawmakers have approved a new government. This escalation occurs as
Yes, like we have mentioned Tom earlier, that $50 million have been allocated by for India for their information linking
their
the
alliance
IRG commanders, the top
share
commanders,
where they stand
the
as
Supreme
war
Leader
might
Mojtaba
start
Khamenei.
once again.
I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there,
We'll bring you more
first
on
they
Lebanon
said that
as soon as we
$10
get that
million
turned down to launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure
and they will consider giving refuge
Lebanon.
to U.S.
The operation followed
reallocation
evacuation
and
orders
support
issued
for
in 5 towns
more
and villages
information
with
that
ground
could
troops
be
surrounding multiple strikes.
that can
This escalation
be
occurs
shared with them. However, this is only, they have said that
second day
can
of
be the case, but they have not said that
despite the diplomatic
100%
track
of all the evacuations lead to U.S. support the relocation of individuals who might come up and share this information. Now, these individuals include, like I said, Mojtaba Khomeini, the supreme leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi, the
bring you more on Lebanon
staff
as soon
and
as we get
senior office.
turn now to East
India
Asia.
has or was a very
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders to 5 towns.
So this person is also included in this list. Other people are Secretary of Defense, Council, and advisor to the Supreme Leader, Mojtaba Khomeini, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya Rahim Safavi. He is the Supreme Leader Office military advisor. Now, another military office chief of Supreme Leader Office, and also Ali Larijani is also included in this. We have seen Ali Larijani.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that information.
So some of our viewers might be familiar with him, but this person has
targeted
been
airstrikes
included
on
in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council
The operation followed
advisor.
evacuation orders.
Now another person is Brigadier General Estamir Momeini. He is the Iranian Minister of Interior, and another person is recently is Esmail Khalid, Minister of Intelligence and Security, MOIS. Also, other IRG members have been also included in this. Now, a lot of media are reporting different figures, but the official figure so far seems to be $50 million. And yes, the US has offered $50 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the US Department of Security Service.
The operation followed evacuation orders
For additional positions before Gaddafi names in the matter are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Supreme Leader's Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and advisor to Iran's Supreme Leader. For some of them have been in the same official leader capacity. Them were serving the previous leader, Khomeini as well, so it seems like this might
bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
from earlier. But now we're seeing these become public.
Targeted airstrikes.
Now, according to the text on banner, the individuals are described as leaders involved in
The operation followed evacuation orders
of the
to 5
IRGs, which are, of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the reward for justice programs are supposed to about these figures or about senior IRGC commanders and their affiliated networks may contact the program through messaging platforms or through communication channel based on the Tor network. And yes, that has been what
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning over. We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get to Iraq, where lawmakers have approved a new government. Israeli forces have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
have been allocated by the U.S. Department
The operation followed evacuation orders
the IRGC commanders and commanders
This escalation
I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the caption there, Arab Emirates, first they said that intensifying in a sweeping offensive and themselves, and also I has confirmed that they might be, they could, and they will consider first and best to the U.S. reallocation and support for
Bringing
Israel
more on
has
Lebanon as soon as you get
that
to advance India-UAE comprehensive
shared
strategic
with
partnership,
them. However,
and pushes to
targeted
exchange
airstrikes
views on the raging conflict in West Asia. That sent energy prices soaring and destabilizing
The operation followed evacuation orders issued
From 4 a.m. Modi will head to the Netherlands from May 15th to 17th,
This escalation
and then
occurs
Sweden from May
individuals,
17th to 18th,
like I said,
and then Norway
Mustafa
from
Khomeini,
May
the
15th
Supreme
to
leader,
19th,
as well as
and
Ali
then
Asghar
continues his tour
Hijaz,
in Italy from May
despite
19th.
diplomatic
staff
track.
Supreme leader of
Where high-level talks with each country's leadership are scheduled. This tour comes at a defining moment with Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi having just left New Delhi after the BRICS foreign ministers meeting there, and as India navigates a delicate diplomatic tightrope,
Bring you more on Lebanon.
So this person is also included in this list. Other people are
Flag Ambassador
Medvedev, his council,
Launched
and
targeted airstrikes on
leader,
Hezbollah
as
infrastructure.
well as Syrian
Ambassador
Major General
Lebanon.
Yahya
The operation followed evacuation orders
for
issued
leader of
India
the
to coordinate
military
their
now another
alliance
office
for
This escalation
office
where they
and
stand
also Ali Larijani
second
is
day
also
of US
included
brokered
in this.
negotiations.
We have seen Ali Larijani
Despite the diplomatic track,
so some of our viewers
Yes.
might be familiar with him, but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council Secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Eskander Mohamed, he is the Iranian Minister of Interior, and
targeted
another
airstrikes
person
on
also
Hezbollah infrastructure.
recently is Ismail Khatib,
Lebanon.
Minister of
The
Interior
operation
and
followed
Security,
evacuation
MOIS,
orders issued
and also other IRGC also included in this. Now,
This escalation
for different figures, but the official figure of so far is
second day of US
$15 million. And yes, US has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the US Department of State Service and for additional positions for without names in the matter are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Supreme Leader's Ministry Office, as well as the Commander of
targeted
the
airstrikes
Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and advisor to Iran's Supreme Leader. For some of
The
them
operation followed
have
evacuation orders issued for 5 towns and villages with ground reports confirming multiple deaths. This escalation occurs as
Khomeini as well, so it seems like this might be
Despite
the
diplomatic
case that
track,
US archives any information from them earlier, but now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text on banners, they are described as leaders commanding and directing different branches of the IRGC.
bringing more on
Of
Lebanon.
course, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the rewards for justice programs and information about these figures or about IRGC commanders.
The operation followed evacuation orders issued for 5 towns and villages with ground reports confirming
Called the
multiple
Ford
deaths.
Network.
This escalation
Yes,
occurs
that
simultaneously with
is what we know so
ISIS
far.
efforts. The second Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning over to our next story. We head to Iraq, where lawmakers have approved a new government with broad and
Yes, like we have mentioned from earlier, that $50 million have been allocated by the US State Department for any information linking to the IRGC commanders, including the Supreme Leader Mustafa Khomeini. I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there. First, they said that
The operation followed evacuation orders issued
himself, and also US has confirmed that they
This
might
escalation
they
occurs
could and they will consider giving refuge to the US reallocation and support for information that could be that can be shared with them. However, this is only said that it can be
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that information. Turn now to stage
information. Now, these individuals include, like I said,
targeted
Mustafa
airstrikes
Khamenei,
on
the Supreme
Hezbollah,
Leader, as well as Ali Ashkar Hijazi, Deputy Chief of Staff.
The operation followed evacuation orders issued for
has or was a very important figure of
This escalation occurs
Ali Khamenei. His father, who was almost the right-wing person of his father, Ali Khamenei. So this person is also included in this list. Other people are Secretary of Defense Council and advisor to the Supreme Leader, Mustafa Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya Rahim Safavi. He is the leader
bring
of
you more on
the
Lebanon
military
as soon as we get
advisor.
that.
Now, another military office of the leader office, and also Ali
targeted airstrikes
Larijani
on
is also
Hezbollah The operation followed evacuation
but this person has included
This escalation
list as well. He is Ali Larijani is the Supreme National Security Council Secretary and advisor.
Prime Minister Modi
Now another
first
person
and
is
most
Brigadier
strategic
General
friends
Dr.
from the
Mohamed
Emirates,
He is
where he will meet
UAE
President
Minister of Interior, and another person who is also
Assistant exchange
is Ismail Yusuf
on the
Minister of
raging
Intelligence and
conflict
Security,
that has sent energy prices soaring and stabilizing the Gulf region.
included in
now
this. Now, from
UAE
UAE,
will head to the Netherlands
but the
from May
launched
15
targeted
to
airstrikes
17,
on
and then
Hezbollah
Sweden from May 17 to 18, and then
dollars
from May 18.
and
The operation
yes, US has offered $1 billion for any information linked to senior high-level figures that I just read out.
This escalation
And this was published by the US Department of
Foreign Minister Abbas Arabji having just left New Delhi after the British
for
Foreign
additional
Ministers
positions
meeting
for the banner are the Secretary of the Defense Council, the head of the Senior Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Ambassador Guard and Advisor to Iran. Of course, some of them have been
Ambassador Sachdev
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that
timing and
information.
this visit
Turn now
for
to
India to coordinate their
launched
alliance
targeted airstrikes on
share
Hezbollah.
where they stand as the war might start once again.
The operation followed evacuation orders issued
from earlier, but now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text on banner, these individuals are described as irreversible, demanding and directing different branches of the IRGC, which are, of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the Rewards for Justice program says it will talk about leaders or about senior IRGC commanders, and they are seeking that personally contact the program to
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that information.
on the board at first. And yes, that is what
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. I am turning over to our next story. The operation followed evacuation makers approved a new government out of villages with ground
Like you have mentioned, Tom, earlier, that
This
$15 million
escalation
have been allocated by the U.S. State Department for any information linking to the IRGC commanders or top commanders, including the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khomeini. I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there, first they said that $10 million is specifically for Mojtaba Khomeini, Supreme Leader himself, and also the UN has confirmed that they might be, they could and they will consider giving refuge to U.S. reallocation and support for
The operation followed evacuation orders to five towns.
share with them. However, this is only, they have said
This
that
escalation
can
occurs
be the case, but they have not said that 100% of all information received U.S. supporting the situation on these individuals might come up and share this information. Now, these individuals include, like I said, Mojtaba Khomeini, the Supreme Leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi, Deputy Chief Staff and Supreme Leader Office. So this
We'll bring you more on
had
Lebanon as soon as
was
we get
a
that
very
now
important
to
figure
the stage
also of Ali Khamenei.
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
His father, Ali Khamenei. So
The
this person
operation
is
followed
also included in
evacuation
this list. Other people are the Secretary of Defense Council and advisor to
This
the
escalation
leader,
occurs
Mojtaba Khomeini, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya Safavi. He is the Supreme Leader Office Military Advisor. Now, another military office chief of Supreme Leader Office, and also Larijani is also included in this. So, so some of our viewers might
bring you more
be
on Lebanon as soon
with
as we
him,
get that.
but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is National Security Council Secretary and Advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General
The operation followed evacuation
Mohammed,
orders issued from 5 towns
Iranian
villages with
Minister
ground reports
of
confirming
Interior, and another person
This
also
escalation occurs
been making headlines recently is Esmail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence and Security, MOIS, and also other IRGC leader has been also included in this. Now, a lot of media are reporting different figures, but the official figure so far seems to be $15 million, and yes, US has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just laid out. And this was published by the Department of Security Service and for additional positions for without
The operation
banner
followed
are the
evacuation
Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Supreme Leadership Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and advisor to Iran Supreme Leader. For some of them have been in
Despite the diplomatic track,
official figure and explosive them were served in the previous minister
no injuries or
Khomeini is now
Move on to Gaza and
Assistant
international
exchange of
events.
fire
Stay with us as
this
we
might be the case that
moving the
US
focus
would
on
hide
India.
any
Indian
information
Prime
from
Minister
them
Narendra Modi
We'll bring you
held
more
earlier
on Lebanon.
but now we're
Nation
seeing
visit
these
to
publicized.
Arab Emirates,
Now,
the
according to the Hezbollah
Norway,
banners,
and
individuals
Italy.
are
Have launched
described as
targeted
military
airstrikes
defensive
on Hezbollah
commanding and directing different plans to ties the Irani's ongoing military. Of course,
The operation
as we
followed
know, our Prime Minister
evacuation
was
orders
first and most strategic in carrying out operations in Arab Emirates. The reward for justice program has been share information about these figures or about senior IRGC commanders and their partnership and crucially to exchange views on the fact-checking investigation channel that has sent energy prices soaring and
and stabilize
yes,
all
that
attacks.
is what
No injuries.
From the UAE,
Thank you very much,
Modi
Asuma,
will
for bringing us
head
that.
to
Fire.
From May
Turning
15
over
to
to
17,
our next
and
story.
then Sweden
We head to
from May
Iraq,
17
where
to 18,
lawmakers have
and then
approved a
Norway
new
from
government
May
on
18 to
Lebanon as
19.
soon as we get that
Yes,
And then
like
continues
we
his
have
tour
mentioned
that
earlier,
from
that
May
$50
19
million have been allocated
where high
by
launched
the
targeted
Department
airstrikes on
of
Hezbollah.
for any
this will come
linked
at a
to
defining
the
moment
IR-20
for
commanders,
Lebanon.
of
commanders,
The operation
just
followed
left New Delhi
evacuation
after the
Supreme
BRICS
Leader
foreign ministers
Mustafa
were
Khamenei.
here, and as
I
India
will
navigates
read
a
the
delicate
names
diplomatic
after
tightrope
some time, but
between
for now,
east and west.
looking at the situation there.
Now we welcome
First,
back
they said that
ambassadors
$10
such
million
is diplomatically
for
Delhi
Mustafa
Khamenei
Khamenei
that
that itself, and also UN has confirmed that they might
is
they
this time
could
and this
and they will
No
consider
injuries.
giving
India
refuge
to
to the US
their
reallocation
their alliance
for
to share where they stand as the war might
Bring
start
you more
once
on
again.
Lebanon as soon as we
shared
get that.
with them. However,
now.
this only says that you can see
Have launched
the
targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure in the entire region of southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders issued
up
for
and
5
share
towns.
information. Now, these individuals include, like I said, Mustafa
This
Khamenei, the
escalation
Supreme Leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi, Deputy Chief of Staff and Supreme Leader Office. Supreme Leader had or was a very important figure also on Ali Khamenei.
One of the
Mustafa Khamenei's late father. He was almost the right
Assistant exchange
of
of fire
his father, Ali Khamenei. So this person is also included in this list. Other people are Secretary of Defense, the Council, and Advisor to the Supreme Leader, Mustafa Khamenei, as well as
Have launched
Iranian
targeted
General
airstrikes on
Yahya
Hezbollah
Safavi. He is the Supreme Leader of the
Lebanon.
military
The operation
advisor.
followed
Now,
evacuation
another
orders
military
issued
office chief
for
of
5
Supreme
towns
Leader
and
office,
villages with
and also Ali
This
Larijani
escalation
also
occurs
included in
previously
this. We have seen Ali Larijani
second day of US
many times, so some of our viewers might be familiar with him, but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council Secretary and Advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskandar Momeini. He is the
bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get
Minister
that.
of Interior, and another person who also been assigned recently is
Targeted
Esmail
airstrikes on
Minister of
Hezbollah
Intelligence and
infrastructure
Security,
of
and also
southern
other
Lebanon.
IRGC.
The operation followed evacuation orders issued
Now, a lot of
towns
media
and
reported
villages
different
around
figures, but the
confirmed.
official figure so far
This
is
escalation occurs simultaneously with high stakes.
$15 million,
The second
and
day
yes, US has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the US Department of Security Service
assistant
and
exchange of fire.
for additional positions, but without names in the matter, are the Secretary of the Supreme
bring you
Defense
more
Council,
on
the
Lebanon
head of
as
the
soon as we
Supreme
get that
Leader's Secret Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and Advisor to Iran.
Targeted airstrikes on
For some of
Hezbollah
them
infrastructure
have
in southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders issued for 5 towns and villages with ground forces confirming multiple strikes.
Khamenei as
This
well,
escalation
so
occurs
it seems
simultaneously
like this might be
second day
the thing that US was eyeing any individuals from them from our but now we're seeing publicized. Now, according to the text on banner, these individuals are described as team leaders involved in commanding and directing different branches of the IRGC, which are, of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and operation. And the reward for justice program says individuals with information about these figures
have
or
launched
about
targeted
their
airstrikes on
commanders
Hezbollah
and their affiliated networks may contact the program
Lebanon.
platforms or
The operation followed evacuation
on the core network. And yes, that is what we also
This escalated. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning to our next story. We head to Iraq, where lawmakers have approved a new government diplomatic challenge.
like you have mentioned from earlier, that $15 million have been allocated by the U.S. Department for any information linked to the IRGC commanders, the top commanders, including the Supreme Leader Mustafa Khamenei. I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the screenshot there. First, they said that $10 million is specifically for Mustafa Khamenei.
The operation followed evacuation
and also U.S. has confirmed that they might be good and they will consider giving refuge to U.S. reallocation and support for in Gaza and that could be that can be shared with them. However, Prime Minister Mr. Modi has said that it can be community Arab Emirates, the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, and Italy in a sweeping U.S. supporting the implementation of India's bilateral who might come up
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
Prime Minister Modi is first and most major Supreme Leader, as well as other Emirates
Targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
to advance
The operation followed evacuation
that has sent energy prices soaring and destabilizing Iraqi Gulf region from UAE.
So this person is also included from May 5th. Other people are in the Sweden
from May 17 to 18, and then Jordan from May 18 to 19, and then concludes its tour in Italy from July 20. Where high-level talks with each country's leadership are scheduled. This tour comes at another military office with Iran Foreign Minister Abbas having just left New Delhi after the BRICS foreign ministers meeting, and as India navigates a delicate
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
Welcome back, Ambassador.
The operation followed evacuation
person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larjari, is Supreme National Security Secretary and Advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Dr. Momain, their alliance for share where they stand of Interior, and another person start once again. Headlines recently is Ismail Minister of Intelligence and Security, MOI. Yes, and also other IRGC commander has been also included in this. Now, among here reporting different figures, but
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
yes, U.S. has offered $15 million for any information.
The operation followed evacuation
and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the U.S. Department of Security Service and for additional positions referred without names in the banner are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Security Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the advisor to Iran's Supreme Leader. For some of them who have been in same official, some of the
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
turn now to
Khamenei as well. So it seems like
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
that
in the entire region of southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation
publicized. Now, according to the text on the back, individuals are described as leaders
This
involved
escalation
in commanding and directing different branches of the
the
IRGC.
second day
Of course, we are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the Rewards for Justice program says individuals with information about these figures or about senior IRGC commanders and their associates can work to contact the program messaging platform or communication channel on the Tor network.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon.
And yes, that is what
Turn now to East Asia, West Asia. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We've launched a targeted airstrike. Our next story in Iran, where lawmakers have approved a new government. The operation followed evacuation
from earlier that $50 million have been allocated by the
This
State
escalation
for any information they need to the IRGC commanders, including the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei. And I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there. First, they said that $10 million is specifically for Mojtaba Khamenei, the leader himself, and also the US has confirmed that they might and they will consider giving refuge to US reallocation
have
and
launched
support
targeted airstrikes on
for
Hezbollah
information that
entire region of southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders issued by 5 villages with ground
the case, but they have not said that
This escalation occurs
information with leads to supporting the communication of these individuals who might come
despite the diplomatic
now these individuals include, like I said, Mojtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi, chief of staff and supreme leader office. Particular has or was a very important figure
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that. Turn now to East Asia. Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah.
So this person is also included in this list. Other people are
The operation followed evacuation orders
and
issued
advisor to
by
the supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya Rabin. He is the leader of the military advisor. Now, another military office chief of the supreme leader office, and also Ali Larijani is also included in this. We have
no injuries were reported from the activity. Assistance exchange of fire is in direct
might
traffic.
be familiar with him, but this person has been
We'll bring you more on
this
Lebanon as
as
soon as
well.
we get that.
He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council's secretary and advisor.
Have launched
Now another
targeted
person is
airstrikes
Brigadier
on
General
Hezbollah in
Iskandar
the
Momeini. He is
The operation followed
of
evacuation
Syria, and another person.
5 towns
Now,
and
moving
villages
to focus
with
on
ground
India,
forces.
is Ismail
This escalation occurs
and covered by Arabs, and also Netherlands, Sweden, and Norway, also included in this. Now, among the reports different figures, but the high figure so far
Prime Minister Modi's first
dollars, and yes, the U.S. has offered $15 for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just
Bring you more on Lebanon as
and
soon as we get that.
this was published by the
East
U.S. Department
on
of
the
Security
raging
Service
conflict in West Asia
and
that has
Have
sent
launched
energy
targeted
prices
airstrikes
positions
and
for
Hezbollah
without names in the
Gulf
matter
region
are
entire
defected
region
India.
of southern
From the
Council,
UAE, Modi
the head of
will
The
head to
operation
the
followed
evacuation
from May 15 to 17, and then Sweden from May 17 to 18, and then Norway from May 13.
For
Some of them have then concluded his tour in Italy from May 19 to 20, where high-level talks from each country's leadership are scheduled. This tour comes at a defining moment with Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi having just left New Delhi after the BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting here, and thus it was assigned a delegate diplomatic title between East and West.
But now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, Ambassador Jackson family, these individuals are described as irresponsible.
Thank you very much.
Commanding and directing different
have launched targeted airstrikes on
of
Hezbollah
course, as we know, are responsible for planning
India to coordinate
The operation
their
followed evacuation
their
of
and the
alliance
rewards for justice programs that
share where they stand as
or like to
start
This
one
escalation occurs
and their videos and
Gathered the second day US
communication channel based on the
Yes.
core network.
despite the diplomatic
And
track,
yes, that have
which is
several
directly
explosive
affected
drones
by
entering.
the
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that.
We're now turning over to our next story. We head to Iraq, where lawmakers have approved a new government to stability.
Yes, like you had mentioned earlier, that
We'll bring you more on
dollars
Lebanon as soon as we
have
get
been
that.
allocated by
Now
the
to
U.S. State Department for
Right.
any information linking
Have launched
to the
targeted
IRGC
airstrikes
commanders, the top commanders, including
one of the
the supreme leader Mojtaba Khamenei. And
The operation
I will
followed
read the
evacuation
news after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there,
This
first they
escalated
said that $10 million is specifically for Mojtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader himself, and also U.S. has confirmed that they
despite
might
the diplomatic track.
they could and they will consider giving refuge to U.S. reallocation and support for information that can be shared with them. However,
Bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
the case, but they have not said that 100% of all the information
Have launched targeted
U.S.
airstrikes
support
on
the
Hezbollah
infrastructure
infrastructure
of these individuals
higher
might
region
come
of
up
southern
and share
Lebanon.
this information.
The operation
Now, these
followed
individuals,
evacuation of
like I said,
troops
Mojtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi, deputy chief of
This escalation
staff and supreme leader office. This particular had or was a very important figure
Despite the
also
diplomatic
of
track,
Ali Khamenei. Mojtaba Khamenei's late father, because almost the right of
no
his
injuries
father, Ali Khamenei. So this person is also included in this list. Other people are Secretary of Defense, Council, and advisors.
We'll bring you more on
Leader,
Lebanon.
Mojtaba Khamenei, as well as
Turn
Iranian
now to
Major
the
General
states.
Yahya Rahim Safavi.
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
Military advisor.
infrastructure.
Now, another military officer, chief of the leader
The
office,
operation
and
followed
also
evacuation of
Ali Larishad is also included in this. So we have
This escalation occurs
many times,
simultaneously
so some of our viewers might be familiar with it, but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larishad is Supreme National Security Council Secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Eskander Momeini. He is the Iranian Minister of Interior, and another
We'll bring you
person
more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
is
Now
Ismail
to the
Sheikh,
state
Minister of Intelligence and Security,
have launched
MOIS.
targeted
Also,
airstrikes on
other
Hezbollah
IRGC members have been
infrastructure
also included
higher
in
region
this.
of
Now,
southern
although
Lebanon.
here are
The
reporting
operation
different
followed
figures, but the
evacuation
official
of
figure
Bolster
so far
supplies
is
ground
$2 million.
This
And
escalation
yes, the U.S. has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the U.S. Department of Security Service. And for additional solutions for without names in the matter are the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Military Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of
bring
the
you more on
Islamic
Lebanon as soon as
Revolutionary
we get
Guard
that
Corps
information.
and
Turn
advisor
now
to Iran's
to
Supreme
stage
Leader.
question.
For some of them have been
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure
official
entirely
some
of southern
them were
Lebanon.
serving
The operation followed evacuation orders issued
Khomeini as well, so it seems like
multiple
this
strikes.
might
This escalation
that
is
US was eyeing any information from them from earlier, but now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text on banner, these individuals are described as leaders involved in commanding and directing different branches of the IRGC, which are, of course, as we know, responsible for planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the rewards for justice program
Lebanon as soon as we get that
international security or about junior IRGC commanders. There
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure entirely. The operation followed evacuation orders. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning over to this escalation story. We head to Iran.
Prime Minister Modi's first and most strategically significant stop is the United Arab Emirates, where he will meet US President Sheikh
have been allocated by the U.S. State Department for any information linked to the IRGC commanders, the top commanders,
investigation that has sent energy prices soaring and destabilizing
I will read the names after some time, but for now,
head to the Netherlands
at the
from
front
May
pages
5th
there.
to 17th,
First,
and
they
then
said that
from May 7th to
Have
18th,
launched
and then
targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure.
and then also for Italy from the
might
The operation followed evacuation
consider giving refuge to the U.S.
this will come at a defining moment for
This escalation
Iraqi having just left New Delhi after the breaks foreign minister's minister and as shared with the Atlantic title between the East and West.
The pace, but they have not
Welcome back, Ambassador. On such days,
no injuries.
with supporting
how important is this
Now, these
timing
individuals include, like I said,
Bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get
as well
that.
as Ali
or
to
start share where they stand
their
and
office.
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
Was a
infrastructure
very
entirely
important figure
of southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders issued for 5 villages with ground troops surrounding multiple. This escalation
So this person is also included in this list. Other people are Secretary of Defense, the Council, and advisor to the Leader, Mustafa Khomeini, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya Rahim Safavi. He is the Supreme Leader of the Military Advisor. Now, another military office chief of the Supreme Leader Office, and also Ali
bring you more on
Darshani
Lebanon as soon as we get that information.
we have
Turn now to stage. Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
but this person has been included in this list as
The
well.
operation
He
followed
is
evacuation
Ali Darshani,
orders
is the National Security Council's secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskandar Momeini. He is the Iranian Minister of Interior, and another person
Despite the diplomatic track,
recently is Ismail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence and Security, MOI, and also other IIT that has been also included in this. Now, a lot of media are reporting different figures, but the official figure of so
we'll bring you
far
more on Lebanon as soon as we get that information. Turn now to
dollars,
statements.
and yes, US has offered
Have launched
$3
targeted
million for
airstrikes
any
on Hezbollah
information linked to
infrastructure.
senior officials and figures that I mentioned about.
Lebanon.
And
The operation
this
followed
was
evacuation
published by the Department of Security Service, and for additional positions work without names in the banner are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Leadership Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Advisor to Iran's Supreme Leader. For some of them have
No injuries. Persistent exchange of fire poses a direct challenge
them were
to
serving
stability.
the previous leader, Ali
We'll
Khamenei,
bring you
as
more
well.
on
So
Lebanon
it
as soon as we
seems
get that
like
information.
these,
Turn now to
this might be
statements.
the case that US would hide any
Have
information
launched
from them
targeted airstrikes on
earlier.
Hezbollah.
But now we're seeing these publicized. Now, according to the
The operation
banner,
followed
individuals are
evacuation
described as
into
key leaders
five
involved in
towns and
planning
villages
and
around
directing different branches of the IRGC.
This
These
escalation
are, of course, as you know, are responsible for the planning, organization, and carrying out operations. And the rewards for justice program sends individuals information about visitors or about senior IRGC commanders and their meetings and contact the program
persistent exchange of fire
on the board
poses a
network.
direct challenge.
And yes, that is what we know so far.
We'll bring you more on. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. Turn now to our next story. We head to Iran, where have launched targeted airstrike government Hezbollah infrastructure.
Like we have mentioned earlier, that $50 million
The operation
has been
followed
allocated
evacuation
by the
efforts
US
to
State
five
Department
towns and
for
villages with
any
ground
information
reports
linking
confirming
to
multiple
the IRGC commanders,
This
the top
escalation
commanders,
occurs
including the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei. I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there. First, they said that $10 million is specifically for Mojtaba Khamenei, the Supreme Leader himself, and also US has confirmed that they might be, they could, and they will consider giving refuge to the US reallocation and support for information that
have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
shared with them. However, they have said that
The operation followed evacuation
but they have not said that 100%
with
of
ground
all the
reports confirming multiple
US supported the relocation of these individuals who might come up and share this information. Now, these individuals include, like I said, Mojtaba Khamenei, the Supreme Leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi, Deputy Chief of Staff and Interior Office. This
will come back.
Now,
moving the focus on the area, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has departed on a 6-day five-nation visit, covering the United Arab Emirates,
We'll bring you more
Netherlands,
on Lebanon as soon as we
Sweden,
get
Norway,
that.
and Italy, in a
Turn
sweeping
now
strategic offensive aimed
so
at
this person is also included in
Have
this
launched
list. Other
targeted airstrikes
people are
on Hezbollah
defense,
Prime Minister Modi's first and most strategically leader,
The
Mojtaba
operation
Khamenei,
followed
where
evacuation
he will join President Recep Tayyip Erdogan to advance
leader of
This
the
escalation
military advisor. Now, another military office chief of the Commander Office, and also
energy crisis
Larijani
stabilizing the entire Gulf region will be included in India. From the UAE, Modi will head to the Netherlands from May 15 to 17, and then Sweden from May 7
but
to
this
18.
person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali territory is Supreme National Security Secretary and their high-level talks. Now another person is Brigadier General Iskander Mohammed,
launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah,
having gesture of Delhi area and another person.
Lebanon.
And
The operation followed evacuation
Is Ismail Khatib,
5 towns
Minister of Intelligence and Security, MOIS. And also,
This
Ambassador
escalation
Such
occurs
Day also included in this.
efforts
Now,
to
a
the
lot of
second day
are
of
reporting
US
different figures, but the official
Ambassador
figure
Such
so far
Despite the
is
diplomatic
this
track,
timing and a visit
several
for
$15
to coordinate
and yes,
their
US has offered
their
$15
alliance
for any
share
information
where they
linked
stand
to
and
senior officials and figures that I just
start
out.
again.
And this was published by US
bring you
Department
more on
of
Lebanon as
Service
soon as we get
and
turn now.
yes, for additional positions for without names in the banner are
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure
office as well as the banner in chief of the Islamic
The operation followed evacuation
advisor to Iran for some of them have been
This escalation occurs simultaneously efforts to the second day of US
Khamenei as well,
Despite the diplomatic
that US was eyeing any information
No
from
injuries
them
were recorded
from
from
earlier,
activity,
but now we're
persistent
seeing
exchange
these
of fire,
publicized.
challenge.
Now, according to the text on the banner, these individuals are described as key leaders
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we
commanding
get
and
that.
directing different
Turn
branches
now
of the
to
IRGC,
East Stage and West Stage.
which are, of course, as we know, are responsible for
Launched targeted
planning,
airstrikes on
organizing, and
Hezbollah
carrying out operations.
infrastructure in the entire
And the reward for justice program says individuals
The operation followed evacuation
or
orders
about
issued
senior
by
IRGC
5 towns
commanders
and villages
and their
around
community
the
networks in contact with
This escalation
platforms
occurs
of communication channel based on the Tor network.
second day
And yes, that have been so far.
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning over to our next story. We head to Iran, where lawmakers have approved a new government activity assisting
Yes,
the
like we
exchange
have
of
mentioned
fire.
earlier, that $15 million have been allocated by the state
We'll bring you more on Lebanon.
for any information linked to
Turn now
the
to
IRGC
East Stage.
commanders, the top commanders, including
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah.
I will read the names after some time, but for now,
The operation followed
looking at the
evacuation
situation there.
5
First, they
towns
said that
with
$10
ground
million
units
is
confirming multiple
specifically
strikes.
for Mojtaba
This escalation
Khamenei, the
occurs
leader himself, and also US has confirmed that they might they could and they will consider giving refuge to the US reallocation and support for more information that can be shared with them. However, this is only, they have said that it can be the case, but they have not
bring you
said
more
that
on Lebanon as
100%
soon as we get
of all the information
Turn now to
US
State
supporting the relocation of these individuals
Have launched
might
targeted airstrikes
and share
on
this
Hezbollah.
information. Now, these individuals, include, like I said, Mojtaba Khamenei, the Supreme
The
leader,
operation
as well
followed
as Ali
evacuation
Asghar
orders
Hijaz,
issued
deputy
by
chief
5
of
towns
staff and
around
their
the
office.
confirming multiple strikes.
Particular
This
had
escalation
or was a very important figure of Ali Khamenei, Mojtaba Khamenei's father. So this person is also included in this list. Other people are the Secretary of Defense Council and advisor to the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major
We'll bring you
General
more on
Yahya
Lebanon as soon as we get that
Safavi.
information.
he is
Turn now
Chief
to
Leader Office Military Advisor. Now another
launched
military
targeted
office
airstrikes
is
on
also Chief Leader
Hezbollah
Office,
infrastructure.
and also Ali Larijani is also
The operation followed evacuation orders from 5 towns in the Philippines with ground
times,
troops
so some
confirming
of our
all
viewers
threats.
might
This
be
escalation
familiar
occurs
with him, but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council's Secretary and Advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Eskander Momeini.
No
He
injuries
is
were reported from
the
the
Iranian Minister of Interior, and another person who also been in headlines recently is Esmail
We'll bring you
Khatib,
more on
Minister of
Lebanon
Intelligence and Security and also other IRC has been also included.
have launched targeted
Now, a
airstrikes
lot
on
of media are
Hezbollah
reporting different
infrastructure.
figures, but the
Entire
official
region
figure
of
so far
southern Lebanon.
seems to be
The operation
$50
followed evacuation orders
million.
issued from 5 towns
And
with
yes,
ground
US has offered $50 million for
This
any
escalation
information
occurs
linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out.
second
Now,
day
And this
India,
was
India's Prime
published
Minister
by
Modi
US
has
Department of
departed on a
Defense
6-day
Service
five-nation
and
visit. Covering the United Arab
for
Emirates,
additional
the
information
Netherlands,
for without
Italy,
naming the patterns
Italy,
are the
in a
Secretary
sweeping
of the
diplomatic
Defense
offensive
Council,
aimed
the head
at
of the
strengthening
India's office, as well as Secretary of the ongoing Islamic Revolutionary Guard Cold
Prime Minister Modi's
Advisor to
first
Iran
and most
bring you
leader
more on
for
Lebanon
some
as
of
soon as
them
we get
the
that.
have
Arab Emirates,
Turn now
where he
to
will
East
meet
Asian
Great
President
President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al
have
Nahyan
launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure.
and
Entire
crucially to
region
exchange views
Khamenei
on
as
the
well.
region
So
conflict.
The operation followed evacuation
And
orders
energy prices
issued
soaring
from 5
and
towns
destabilizing
in
the entire
ground
region,
any
confirming
information
multiple strikes.
from the
This
US
escalation
will
occurs
head
but
to
now
the
we're
Netherlands from May 15th to 17th.
Now,
and then
according to the
Sweden
text
from
from
May
that
17th to
they
18th,
are described
and
as
then Norway from
military
May
homes,
18th to
diplomatic
19th.
commanding and
And
directing
then
different
concludes his
branches
tour
of
in
the
Italy
IRGC,
from May 19th
which are
to
of
20th.
course, as we know,
Where high
are
level
responsible
talks
for
with
the
each
planning,
country's leadership are
organizing,
scheduled.
and carrying out
This tour
operations.
comes at a defining
And the
moment
reward
with
for
Iran's
justice
Foreign Minister
program
Abbas
says
Araghchi
we
having
should
just
give
left
information about
New Delhi after the
or
BRICS
about
Foreign
senior
Ministers
We'll bring you
meeting,
more on
and
Lebanon as
as
soon as we
India
get that.
navigates a delicate diplomatic
now
tightrope
to East
between
Asia.
East and West.
Communication channel based
Have launched
on the
targeted airstrikes on
Back and
Hezbollah
yes,
Saturday,
that has
peaceful
entire
diplomatic
region
so far.
of
Delhi,
southern
thank you very
Lebanon.
much.
Thank you very much,
The
Asuma,
operation
for bringing us that.
situation
Now
Ambassador
turning
Sachin,
to our next story,
this
as we
time
head to
during
Iran,
this visit
where
for
lawmakers have approved
India
a
to
new government
coordinate
escalation.
their alliance
earlier
to
that $50 million
where they
have
stand
been allocated by
or
the
might start once
Despite the
again.
diplomatic
for
track,
any information linking to the IRGC commanders, the top commanders, including the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei. I will
Assistant
read the
Executive
names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there,
we'll bring you more
first
on
they
Lebanon
said
as
that
soon
the
as we get
$10
that.
million is
Turn now
specifically
to
for
East
Mojtaba
Asia.
Khamenei, the Supreme Leader himself, and
Have
also
launched
US
targeted
has confirmed that
airstrikes
they
on
might
Hezbollah
be, they
infrastructure.
could, and they will
entire
consider
region
giving
of southern
refuge
Lebanon.
to US
The operation followed evacuation
and
orders
support
issued
for
from 5 towns
more
in
information that
ground
that
This
can
escalation occurs
be
as the
shared with them. However, this is only, they have said that
second day
it
of
can be the case, but they have not said that
Despite the
100%
diplomatic
of all the
several
explosive US support the relocation of the individuals
No
might
injuries
come
were
up
reported
and
from
share
the
information. Now these individuals, like I said, Mojtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi,
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as
staff
soon as we
and
get that.
senior office.
Turn now to East
Particular
Asia.
has or was a very
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure. Entire region of southern Lebanon. Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders
his father, so this person is also included in this list. Other people
This
are the
escalation
Secretary of Defense, the Council, and advisor to the Supreme Leader Mustafa Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya Rahim Safavi. He is the Supreme Leader Office Military Advisor. Now, another military office chief of Supreme Leader Office, and also Ali Larijani is also included in this. We have seen Ali Larijani.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that information.
So some of our viewers might be familiar with him, but this person has
targeted
been
airstrikes
included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council's
The operation followed
and advisor.
evacuation orders.
Now another person is Brigadier General Eskander Momeni. He is
This escalation
Minister of Interior, and another person is recently is Esmail Khadib, Minister of Intelligence and Security, MOIS. And also other IRGs have been also included in this. Now, a lot of media are reporting different figures, but the official figure so far is
Bring you more on
and
Lebanon.
yes, the US has offered $1 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the US Department of Security Service.
The operation followed evacuation orders issued.
For additional positions referred without names in the banner are the Secretary of the Defense Council, the head of the Supreme Leader's Military Office, as well as the Commander in Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Force and advisor to Iran's Supreme Leader. For some of them have
Several
same official figure. Some of them were served in the previous year.
exchange of fire.
Khamenei as well, so it seems like
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get
from earlier. But now we're seeing these
have launched targeted
publicized.
airstrikes.
Now, according to the text on banner, these individuals are described as leaders involved in
The operation followed evacuation orders issued. 5
which are,
towns
of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the rewards for justice program sends individuals with information about these figures or about senior IRGC commanders and their affiliated networks to contact the program through encrypted messaging platforms or through communication channel based on the Tor network. And yes, that is what
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning over. We'll bring you more on story as soon as we get to Iraq, where lawmakers have approved a state government, have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah.
Have been allocated by the U.S. State Department.
The operation followed evacuation orders
The
issued.
IRGC commander, the top commander, Khamenei launched the Lebanon, and I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the citation there, first they said that $10 million Prime Minister Modi's first and most strategically to stop himself, and also where he will prove that they might shift and they will consider giving refuge to the U.S. reallocation and support for
that has sent energy prices soaring and destabilizing the entire Gulf region.
However,
Have launched targeted
From the
airstrikes
UAE,
on
Modi will
Hezbollah
head to the
infrastructure.
Netherlands from May 15 to 17, and then Sweden Sweden
The operation
from May
followed
17
evacuation
18,
orders
and then
issued
Norway from May
US
18
supporting
to
the
19.
relocation
And then continued his tour in Italy from May 19
This escalation
to
occurs
20.
Now, these
Their
individuals,
high-level talks
like I said,
include
most of
leadership
us
on
the
getting
team leader,
This
as
was
well
marked
as
as
Ali
a defining
Asghar
moment
Hijaz,
because Foreign Minister of
Despite the
Iraq
diplomatic
Shah
track,
just left
leader
New
of
Delhi after the BRICS foreign ministers meeting
there has
and as
or
in the
was a
navigated
very
delegate
important
titled
figure
Between
of
East and West.
Ali
consistent
Khamenei.
exchange of fire.
Most
Back Ambassador Mahmoud such a peaceful diplomat
his father
We'll bring
Ali
you more
Khamenei.
on Lebanon.
So this person is also included in this list. Other people are Secretary of Defense
visit
Have
Council
launched
and
targeted
advisors
airstrikes
to coordinate
on
their
Hezbollah infrastructure.
as well
their
as
alliance
Iranian
for
Major
to
General
Lebanon.
share
The
where they
operation
stand
followed
as
evacuation
the war
orders
might
issued
start
by
on this
military advisor. Now, another military office chief
This
of
escalation
the
occurs
office is also
Yes.
Ali Larijani is also
US
included
brokered
in this.
negotiations.
We have seen
directly affected by
Despite the diplomatic track,
so some of our viewers
explosive
might
drones
be familiar with him, but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is the National Security Council Secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Hezbollah Khomeini. He is the Minister of Interior and
targeted
another person
airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure.
is Ismail Khadib,
Lebanon.
Minister of
The
Intelligence
operation
and
followed
Security,
evacuation
SOIS. Also, other IIT also included in this. Now,
This escalation
are
occurs
reporting different figures, but the official figures so far
second day of US
with the Iran.
$15 million.
Despite the
And
diplomatic track,
yes, the US has offered $15 million for any information to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the US Department of Security Service and for additional
bring you more
positions
on
for
Lebanon
without
as soon as we
names
get
in the
that
banner are the
Turn now
Secretary of
to
Supreme
East
Defense
Asia.
Council, the head of the Supreme Leaders in their office, as
Have
well as
launched
the commander in
targeted
chief of the
airstrikes on
Islamic
Hezbollah
Revolutionary Guard
infrastructure.
Corps and advisor to Iran's
Of
Supreme
southern
Leader.
Lebanon.
Of course, some of
The
them
operation followed
have
evacuation orders issued on 5 towns and villages with ground
official figure, some of them
This escalation
Condemning
occurs
the attacks
leader Khamenei as well, so it seems like this might be the case that US will find any information from them from earlier, but now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text on Saturday, these individuals are described as leaders of standing in directing different branches of the IRGC.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon
Of course,
as soon as we get
as
that
we know, are responsible for organizing and carrying out operations.
Have launched
And the
targeted
Regard for
airstrikes
Justice
on
program says
Hezbollah
individuals with information
infrastructure.
about the figures or about senior IRGC commanders.
The operation followed evacuation orders issued on 5 towns and villages with ground
on the Ford network.
This escalation
And
occurs
yes, that
simultaneously with high
is what we
stakes
know so far.
efforts. Second day. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning over to our next story track. We head to Iraq, where lawmakers have approved a new government called Israeli.
Yes, like we have mentioned earlier, that $50 million has been allocated by the US State Department for any information relating to the IRGC
Bring you
commanders,
more on Lebanon as soon as we get that.
including the Supreme Leader Mustafa Khamenei. I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there, first they said
The
that
operation followed evacuation orders issued on 5 towns and villages with ground
South, and also US has confirmed that
This
they might
escalation
they could and they will consider giving refuge to US reallocation and support for information that can be shared with them. However, they have said that it can be the case that they will not 100% of all the information would lead to US
bringing more
supporting
on
the
Lebanon as soon as we get
communication
that
of these
information.
individuals who might
Turn
come
now
up
to
and
staged
share this information. Now, these individuals
have
include,
launched
like I said,
targeted
Mustafa
airstrikes
Khamenei,
on
the supreme
Hezbollah
leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi,
of
deputy
southern
chief of
Lebanon.
staff
The operation
and
followed
office.
evacuation orders issued for
Particular
5
had or
villages
was
with
a
ground
very
reports confirming
important
multiple
figure
strikes.
of
This escalation
of
occurs as
Ali Khamenei.
Israel,
Mustafa Khamenei's father, who was also the right-wing person of his father, Ali Khamenei. So this person is also included in this list. Other people are the Secretary of Defense, Council, and advisor to the Supreme Leader, Mustafa Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya
Gaza
Rashid
and
Safar.
international protesters.
He
Stay
is
with us
the
as we'll
Supreme
come back.
Leader
bring you
of
more
the
on
now
Lebanon
military
as soon as we get
advisor.
that
India,
Now,
Iran,
another
now
military
to
officer
stage
of the
six-day
leader of
operation visit
and also
covering the
launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah
Norway,
infrastructure
and Italy.
we have
Higher
Sweeping declared offensive
Lebanon.
aimed at
The operation followed evacuation orders issued for 5 towns and villages with ground
but
Prime Minister
this
Modi's
person
first
has
and
been
most strategic
included
This
in
escalation
this list
occurs
as well.
is the United
He is
Arab
Ali
Emirates,
Larjari,
where he will
Supreme
meet
National
Greek
Security
President
Council
Sheikh
Secretary
Mohammed bin Zayed
and
Al
advisor.
Nahyan to
Now another
advance the
person is Brigadier General Eskandar Momeni,
exchange views on the raging conflict investigation
of
that has sent
Syria,
energy
and
prices
another
soaring
person
and destabilizing the entire Gulf region, including
is
India.
Esmail
From the
Hassan.
UAE, Modi will head to the Netherlands from May 15th to 17th,
bring you more
and
on
then
Lebanon as
Sweden
soon as
from
we
May
get that
17th to
Turn
18th,
now
and then Norway from
Now, a
May
lot of
15th to
people are
19th.
reporting different
And
figures,
then concludes
but
his
have
the
launched
official figure
targeted
from
airstrikes
Nomar
on
is
Hezbollah infrastructure.
Their high-level talks with each country's
dollars,
leadership are
Lebanon.
still
and
The operation
yes,
followed
US has
evacuation
offered
orders
$1 billion for
Foreign
any
Minister
information
having just
linked
left
to
New
the
Delhi
official
after the BRICS
figures
foreign
that I
ministers
just
meeting
This
had.
escalation
And
occurs as
this was published by the US Department of
second day
Service, and for additional positions for without being the batter are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of such leadership office, as well as the Commander in Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Force and Advisor to Iran's
India to
leader.
coordinate
For some of
their
them have a
their
win
alliance
in,
or
the
We'll bring you more
to
on
share
Lebanon as
where
soon
they
as we get that
stand as
information.
the
Turn
war
now
might
to
start
staged
once
West
them were
again.
serving the previous leader, Ali
have launched targeted airstrikes
as
on
well.
Hezbollah
So it seems
infrastructure.
like
Higher
Yes.
this might be
Lebanon.
the case
The
that
operation
US was
followed
eyeing
evacuation orders
directly
issued
affected
for
by
5
earlier,
villages
but
with
now we're
ground
seeing these
confirming
become
multiple
publicized.
This would
Now,
escalation
according to the
occurs
text on banners, these individuals are described as key leaders
the
involved
second
in
day of US
commanding and directing different branches of the IRGC. These are, of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the reward for justice program says individuals who did about or about senior IRGC commanders and their affiliated networks may contact the program
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that
communication channel based
Turn
on
now
the core
to
network.
staged West Stage.
And yes, that
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. I am now turning over to our next story. The operation followed evacuation makers to the new government villages with ground
like we have
confirming
mentioned, Tom,
multiple
earlier, that
This
$50
escalation
million
occurs
has been allocated by the U.S. State Department for any information linking to the IRGC commanders, the top commanders, including the Supreme Leader Mustafa Khamenei. I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there, First, they said that $10 billion is specifically for Moscow himself, and also US has confirmed that they might be, they could, and they will consider giving refuge to the US reallocation and support for
The operation followed evacuation
that has shared with them. However, this is only, they have said that it can be the case, but they have not said that 100% of all the information would lead to US support intensification of these individuals who might come up and share information. Now, these individuals include, like I said, Mustafa Khamenei, the leader, as well as Ali Asghar Hijazi, Deputy Chief of Staff and Supreme Leader Office.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get that
a very important figure of Ali Khamenei.
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah.
The operation is also included in this list. Other people are Secretary of Defense, Council, and advisor to the leader, Mustafa Khamenei, as well as Iranian Major General Yahya Safari. He is the Supreme Leader Office Military Advisor. Now, another military office chief of the Leader Office, and also Ali Larijani is also included. We have seen so some of our viewers but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani, National Security Council Secretary and Advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Eskander Momeini. He is the Iranian Minister of Interior, and another person
This escalation occurs
headlines recently is Ismail Khatib, Minister of Intelligence and Security, MOIS, and also other IRA commander has been also included in this. Now, a lot of media are reporting different figures, but the official figure so far it seems $15 million, and yes, US has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the Service, and for additional report without the banner are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Supreme Leader's Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and Advisor to Iran's Supreme Leader. For some of them, have a weak wall. Now, move on to Gaza and international Now, going to focus on India, Prime Minister Modi has departed on a 6-day five-nation visit, covering the United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, and Italy, in a sweeping diplomatic offensive earlier. But now we're seeing these hubs. Now, according to the text on banner, the Prime Minister are described as most strategically significant mandates in the Arab Emirates, where he will meet President of
The operation followed evacuation
for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations.
And crucially,
And the reward for justice program has continuously
that has sent energy prices soaring and destabilizing the entire Gulf region, including India. From the UAE, Modi will head to the Netherlands from May 15 to 17, and then Sweden from May 17 to 18, and then Norway from May 18 to 19.
Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. Now turning to our next story. We head to
where
Iraq,
high-level
where
talks with
lawmakers
each
have
country's
approved a bring you
leadership
government
are
on
scheduled.
Lebanon as soon as we
This
get
tour
that.
comes at a defining moment with Iran's foreign minister Mohammad just left New Delhi after Iran's foreign
Targeted
minister
airstrikes
here
on
and as
Hezbollah,
sport navigates a delicate
fire
between
Lebanon.
East and West.
The operation followed evacuation orders issued
Now, welcome back, Ambassador. Many such day peaceful
read the names after some time, but
This
for now, looking at the situation there,
how important
first
is
they said that
this
$10
visit
million
for India to coordinate their alliance for to share where they stand as
and they will consider giving refuge to the U.S. reallocation and support for information that could be
Lebanon as soon as we get
shared
that.
with them. However, Muslims only have said that it can be
Have launched targeted airstrikes on Hezbollah infrastructure, fire
U.S. supporting
The operation followed evacuation orders issued
Now, these individuals, like I said, most of them
This
the
escalation
Supreme Leader, as well as Ali Ashrar Hejaz, who is the superstar staff and Supreme Leader office. This particular had or was a very important figure also of Ali Khamenei.
While no injuries were
Moshe
reported from
Khamenei's
the
father, he was
activity,
almost the
persistent
right-wing
exchange
person
of fire
of
poses
his
a
father,
direct
Ali
challenge
Khamenei. So this person is also included in this list. Other
We'll bring you
people
more
are
on Lebanon
the
as soon as we
Secretary
get
of
that
Defense,
information.
the Council,
Now,
and advisor to the Supreme Leader, Moshe Khamenei, as well as
have launched
Iranian
targeted airstrikes
General
on
Yahya
Hezbollah
Rahim Safavi. He is the leader of
Lebanon.
military
The operation
advisor.
followed
Now,
evacuation
another military office chief of Supreme Leader office, and also Ali Larijani is also included in this. We have seen Ali Larijani
the second day of US
so some of our viewers might be familiar with him, but this person has been included in this list as well. He is Ali Larijani is Supreme National Security Council's secretary and advisor. Now another person is Brigadier General Eskander Momeini.
We'll bring you more on Lebanon as soon as we get there.
Of Interior, and another person who also makes
Have launched targeted airstrikes on
and Security MOIS, and also other IRGC.
The operation followed evacuation orders issued for
Now,
5
among
towns.
here are reporting different figures, but the official figure so far
This escalation occurs simultaneously
$15 million, and yes, the U.S. has offered $15 million for any information linked to senior officials and figures that I just read out. And this was published by the U.S. Department of Security Service, and for additional positions referred without names in the banner are the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, the head of the Leader's Office, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and the Sergeant General of the Leader. Of course, some of them have been in
Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation orders issued for 5 towns and villages with ground support from multiple strikes.
Khamenei as well, so it seems like this might be a case that the U.S. was eyeing any information from them earlier, but now we're seeing these become publicized. Now, according to the text on banner, these individuals are described as key leaders involved in commanding and directing different branches of the IRGC. These are, of course, as we know, are responsible for the planning, organizing, and carrying out operations. And the Rewards for Justice program says individuals with information about these figures or about the IRGC commanders, if they are affiliated with them
clear
fire
sides
southern Lebanon. The operation followed evacuation
on the
orders
port
issued
network.
in 5 towns.
And yes, that have
This escalation. Thank you very much, Asuma, for bringing us that. We're now turning to our next story. We head to Iraq, where lawmakers have approved a new government diplomatic track.
Yes, like you have mentioned earlier, that $50 million have been allocated by the U.S. State Department for information being given to the IRGC commanders, the top commanders, including the Supreme Leader of the Revolution. I will read the names after some time, but for now, looking at the situation there.
Targeted airstrikes on
First, they
Hezbollah
said that $10
infrastructure.
million is specifically for Mojtaba
Lebanon.
Khomeini.
The operation followed evacuation
and also
orders
US
issued
has
in
confirmed that they
5
might
towns.
be
Gaza.
they could and they will consider giving refuge
escalation
to US
focus on
reallocation
Prime Minister
and
Modi has
for
a six-day parliamentary visit covering the United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands,
Despite the diplomatic
Sweden,
track.
Norway, and
with them.
Italy.
However,
Sweeping
this
response
defense have
offensive
said that
aimed at
it can
strengthening India's
rise, but they have not said that 0.1% of
Prime Minister Modi's first and most